Hey, live. What's up, everybody? What did Ramsey get? Ramsey went. Let's go with this Tuesday. Well, he went Monday Night Football. Good call, Dr. David. Good call, Ramsey. I think you kind of, I don't want to say you predicted this one yesterday, but you did tell everybody to pump their brakes. It was a good call. That was a hell of a job by the Seahawks last night. I thought that game was entertaining as hell, to be honest. I think part of it, all of the extracurricular Russell Wilson stuff, and I love that the crowd got behind Geno the way that they did. That was pretty cool. All those different storylines can make games a lot of fun. And I think that was the case last night. I did pop a little bit. I completely forgot I forgot Troy and Joe were doing a game. I know not everybody likes those guys. I like both of them. I completely forgot until I was like, yo, this is a new Monday Night Football crew. That's the good stuff. Hello, Albert. Yeah, I thought that brought a lot to the game, too. That was good stuff. What's happening, Ross? We appreciate you, bro. Good stuff. Will Z, enjoy your last couple weeks off, buddy. I mean, you haven't really been off, but enjoy your last couple weeks, man. It's about to get hectic for you. Gonna need stats on stats on stats. Yeah, not there. I was there this morning, and no one even walked over to me and said, hey, I was a little bit longer, pal. No, they just, hey, put your head down. Maybe put your head down. Don't make eye contact with him. Not an engineer in sight. No one said, hey, we got the cameras. No one said, hey, just hang in there a little bit longer. Nothing. What's happening? No, Kenny's here. I hear him. Oh, I see him too. He's right here. Why goes to that screen?
What up?
TC, what's good, baby? Mario, yeah, man. We're gonna talk about this. NBA missed, man. They missed. What's up, Andrew? Warren, what's good? Twitch chat house. All four of you. Appreciate you. Oh, well, let me be accurate. It's three. All three of you. Love you guys. Oh, there's a car running. It's four.
Oh, no. It's pool play, though, right? Or are they out? Doesn't PSG play today or tomorrow? Well, I mean, fortunately for me, I've got two teams in this whole thing. What's going on, everybody? What's good?
I'm glad I changed clothes. We would have looked like a couple of jackasses. I had the exact same pattern shirt that you're wearing, except it was gray and the dots were blue. I mean, exactly the same. We would have looked fucking ridiculous. Jesus.
Chris, why the hell would I admit that? Why would I feel that way? Thank you, Brian. No.
I disagree. I thought it was fun, but
I thought it was great theater. I thought it was a great atmosphere. I can say that, but I definitely would. I can't think of a situation where I hope Seattle wins. What belt? The European Championship?
Wow. Shot at D'Lo Brown. Shot at the British Bulldog. That was unnecessary. What's good, baby? Welcome in here to the September 13th edition, Tuesday, September 13th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Casey went to Best Buy and said, give me the loudest mouse you have. So weird. That's so weird. Still no explanation as to how you got that sound. Welcome in. Thanks for being with us here on this Tuesday. Eric Crocker will be with us coming on later in the show. It just dawned on me. I don't know exactly what time Eric Crocker is going to be here. Do you?
2:20.
2:20. That's what I thought. Yeah. Eric Crocker with us at 2:20. We'll have some power rankings coming up after a couple of games. That's difficult. But we've got them. There's some speculation here in the chat house with the vacated KCC.
The KCC.
Yeah.
Okay. 3 letters all the time. 3 letters.
Okay.
KCC.
I lost track of how many I said. Do you want to give the belt to Geno Smith after last night's performance?
No. I don't have a hardcore KCC belt or a European title or a Brawl for All title. I don't have that. Those are the only things he'd be eligible for.
Bart Gunn minding his own business and getting strays headed in his direction.
Is there real quick? Is there a more obscure title that I'm forgetting? Can you think of a title?
European Championship is pretty obscure. 24/7 title is up there. The hardcore title and the 24/7 title are essentially the same thing. I think
the old belt before they cleaned it up. Now the 24.
Yeah,
that was hardcore. That was
the hardcore title. Yeah, it was basically the same thing. But yeah,
it's busted up and broken with tape over it.
Yeah. Vince McMahon gave it to Mankind. Said you're the hardcore champion. Thanks, Dad. Yeah, that's where we are.
Maybe the little Vince McMahon. Maybe we could give Geno the BMF title. That meant nothing. That went to like guys that had 7 losses apiece.
Dude created this BMF title and was like, "This is crap. How do we fix this?" I know. Let's have The Rock walk down the aisle with it. That'll fix it.
No, he really is Vince, bro. He really is Vince, and he's turning the UFC into WWE.
He very well may be. And the Seahawks turned the Broncos into losers last night. The Broncos, they helped themselves along the way, though. Don't get it twisted. There's a lot to talk about with that game last night. I really enjoyed that game. I was telling Jesse as we were getting ready to start the show, I completely forgot about Joe and Troy. It just, I don't know why. It just wasn't at the forefront of my mind. It's not like I didn't know that it happened. I just forgot. And so as they transition from Monday Night Countdown, which the portions of I saw, I think that's one of the more entertaining crews that they have, one of the more enjoyable groups of it's not technically a studio show, but a panel show that they have. I really like. And Susie was like, "Yeah, let's go to Joe." And I was, oh, okay, Joe and Troy, I'm with it. And I know I'm one of the few. I like Joe Buck. I really like Joe and Troy. And I thought that elevated the game a little bit for me. It made me enjoy the game a little bit more. The Seahawks crowd, they were into it. That's always a really, really loud venue, and they let Russ have it, which I thought was weird. But hey, that's fine. Like, Seahawks fans, do your thing. I thought it was weird. I love that they got behind Geno Smith. I love the story behind Geno Smith. And if you're one of those 49er fans who are counting that 1-1 record headed into a tough week 3 and a tough week 4, better think again.
First of all, to all the points that you mentioned, I thought the game was great theater yesterday. I thought the whole scene, the whole setup, the NFL knocked it out of the park with having that be the week 1 game. I mean, you're already hyped for a week 1, but to have essentially a comeback game or a rivalry game in this particular sense, I thought it was phenomenal. The energy was all off the screen. The 12s, they were out there in full force or whatever the case may be. They were charged up. It looked like old Seattle with the way the place was buzzing yesterday. I didn't really understand. I tried to have my ear to the street and talk to my people in the streets of Seattle. Shout out to everybody in Tacoma, all my people out there.
I'm sorry. You've got people in Tacoma now.
Yeah, I got people in
Like
Tacoma.
after you've regularly trashed Seattle for the last 2 years. Now you're talking about your people?
I mean, I got people in Seattle and Tacoma area. I mean, that don't mean that I want them to have a team back.
Okay.
Or that I like any of their teams. Hey, we do this all the time. We have entities that we don't like, but we have people within those entities that we're cool with.
Fair enough. Shout out Chris and Jay.
But so I was trying to figure out why they were so upset about Russell Wilson, and it seemed like 100% like.
Nah, they was on his head. They were on his head.
I couldn't find somebody that was like, nah, we should show Russell love for what he brought to this desolate franchise in this city that hadn't won anything pretty much ever. Like, we should show him love. No, it wasn't that at all. It was we're gonna boo him. We hate him. He don't want to be here. Some of the people on the airways out there, they were saying some wild stuff. I mean, it's not anything I would say. I don't think we'd say here on D-Lo and KC. There was some wild stuff,
Really?
some of the way they were, some of the names they had for Russ. I was like, man, that's
really?
That's how we do. Yeah.
I mean, can you share? I'm curious.
Well, what did he say exactly? He said it on the air, so I'm sure we could say it. But he called him
famous last words.
he called him I can't remember off the top of my head. I really can't. But I was like, damn,
I'll let you out of it. Yeah,
that's a little too much.
I don't understand. Like, he was traded. Like, I don't get it. Like, I mean, maybe there's an understanding that Russ probably wanted out of there.
Yeah, that's the common theme. He didn't want to be there no more. He asked out. He wanted out. He turned his back on you guys.
Well,
all this other, like, that's what they were drumming up here.
Did he turn their back on them a couple of years ago when they tried to trade him?
No, I mean,
that does that not count? Like, I mean, this is where, hey, fan the way you want to fan. Like, no one should ever, like, you be you as a fan. That just confuses me. Like, so would you have booed the organization if they had traded him 2 years ago? But you're going to boo Russ this time? I don't get the Russ. I don't get it. I guess I defend everybody named Russ. I don't understand the Russ. Hey, he a little.
So here's the deal with Russ, though, and I could see this. It wouldn't
weird. I'm probably weird too, but like,
did you see what he put on his Twitter yesterday?
Oh man, no!
When he was coming through,
no,
he was coming through in his tux and everything. And then I ain't gonna say it. I'm gonna let you read it and then get your reaction. He had a picture and a caption for the picture.
Whoa, hold on, his handle. Oh no, his handle didn't come up. What is it? What's his handle?
Isn't
Russ?
it Dangerous?
Danger Russ. That's what it is. I searched Russell. There it is. Why didn't it come up when I searched Russ?
So he has a picture. I think
I see DK. I got game time.
Maybe it's a hashtag
003
003.
Oh, Russ. Oh man.
003.
Oh, Brody, someone should have talked you out of that. Someone should have talked you out of that.
So,
why do these brothers come to the game with briefcases? Like, I get why you got your luggage, like your clothes are in there and your lotions and your fragrances, but what's in the briefcase? Well, you got some documents you got to turn in before what are you doing?
I don't know. Is it a money in the bank situation? I don't know. I'm not sure.
And as I'm just spying the background, it's just Russ. Russ is the only one who brought the briefcase with him. But I see that regularly with some guys. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they're iPad. I don't know. Somebody should have talked him out of that text though.
Yeah, Sierra should have said, "Come on, man. We're not doing
honey.
We're not doing 003." We're not doing that. But yeah, a lot of people up there, after I talk to my people, have my ear to the streets. They feel he was really selfish. Things were always about him. There's a big thing about how essentially everybody on that team, the championship teams, I shouldn't say everybody, a great deal of people on the championship, the people that were important on those rosters, the LOB, some of y'all, they couldn't stand Russ. They couldn't stand him. Thought he was fake. Thought he was super protected by Pete Carroll and all this other stuff. So it was just a ton of animosity towards Russell Wilson. And like I said, I just didn't really get it. Like I thought there would be like some contingency was like, hey man, let's show some respect for what he was able to do. But it was like, no, nobody, 100%. Everybody was on his head. And I say all that to say it made great theater last night. I hate the Seahawks, but I mean, it was turned up last night.
A great crowd can elevate. It's just like it's absolutely no different than a wrestling event. A great crowd can elevate an already entertaining game, and all of these different storylines that were involved in this week 1 matchup with the Seahawks and the Broncos. I thought made for great television. The Broncos did everything they could to make the game as entertaining as possible. And I wouldn't put a lot of that on Russ, but and there were some mistakes made for sure. And what a great story the Geno Smith story is. I think it's a great story. You could clown him if you want to. Like, dude has been waiting to be a starter.
I'm not clowning him.
Dude has been waiting to be a starter for 6 years. He went out there and in that environment with Russell Wilson coming into town on the opening week, the first time he's been a week 1 starter. And I mean, I had the notes. He's played. I thought I had the notes. He's played there. It is. He's played 15 games in the last 6 seasons. And he was ready for that week 1 match, which I feel like he did pretty well. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about what everyone's talking about, and that's that 4th and 5.
Yeah, I got to talk about that. And then I just want to say right now, I've seen this story before. Got an idea how Sunday might go. I'm just saying, I've been there. I've lived it. Seen how that's one. I got an idea how Sunday might go.
All right, we'll find out what that means. We're just getting started. It's D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Cole, stop it. I don't have no problem with Gino. It's fine. By the way, I texted you yesterday, but I'll bring it to the air-ish. Yeah, I listened to that Uncut Big Mama thing. Oh, man, Kim.
That shit was hot, wasn't it?
Oh, Kim.
Yeah.
Oh, no, she got him. She got him.
She went at Pac for sure, but I thought the shit about Faith was like...
See, that one...
I thought she went at Faith pretty hard.
Oh, she went at Faith as hard as possible. But that was to be expected. Like, she would say whatever she said about Faith. I wasn't really surprised when she hit Pac with the who shot you, who knows, but they got you.
Mm-hmm.
Said,
maybe next time.
Keep your punk ass, keep your head up.
Keep your head up. I was like, oh, run that back. If y'all haven't heard, search Lil' Kim Big Mama Thing demo and listen to that on YouTube. It's interesting. Yeah. I talked to Mia this morning, by the way. So Mia's down. We had an idea. I threw a couple ideas by her, but we were going to record later this week. And then she wanted the idea we picked was a current events thing. And it was like, oh, okay. I talked to her this morning, said, let's try for next week. That way, if we record Monday, Tuesday, or whatever, drop it on Thursday, it's still relevant. So next week will be like we'll essentially be live. Like we'll record and then it'll go up that week. Like we don't have a buffer week anymore.
Gotcha.
So this week we could either take the week off or record, something evergreen. But
right.
Ready to Die will go up Thursday.
Ready to Die. Why?
Check out Corners of the Culture if you haven't. Really happy with how that podcast is performing so far, especially since we haven't really been able to make our way over to KSFM yet. So you guys have really supported that, man, and we're super appreciative.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
If you haven't checked it out yet, I know I say this all the time. The thing that makes me the happiest is that first episode keeps growing. Mm-hmm. So people are finding it and listening to it and kind of checking out and seeing what it's about. Ready to Die is our longest episode. 70 minutes.
Yeah, we was going. Going on that one. Dr. David, I did not see what Mike Martz had to say about Lance. What did he say? Man, I got somewhere to go afterwards, man. I got somewhere to go afterwards. So no time to change the clothes. Just staying the button up today, Versatile, man. I'm versatile.
Mike Martz said, I never liked him. I still don't like him.
Mike Martz, he did some really good stuff in the league with his offense.
He's not a great passer, doesn't have good skills, takes a long time to set himself and throw the football. Interesting. This feels like personal. Like, what did this dude do to you? Like, this is super excessive.
He can only go up. He can only get better because you can't get any worse than what he did today.
You know what he said about Sunday?
I'm just shocked. Yeah. Shocked at the Bears. I mean, they took this quarterback. They went up and spent a lot to get him, and he was less than remarkable would be the kindest thing that you could say about him. I don't know if I've ever seen such a bad performance by a quarterback in his opening performance of the season. Like he was.
I don't know what Trey Lance did to Mike Martz, man, but I hope I've never pissed anybody off that way.
Mike Martz sounds ridiculous. Ridiculous.
It's a lengthy soundbite, so I'm not going to play the whole thing here. But he really went at Trey Lance. He went at Justin Fields. He looked like a fullback stumbling around trying to run the ball. He's not particularly a good guy running with the football. And based on what I saw today, I mean, he missed two guys completely by themselves. He had another line. I don't know if I've ever seen such a bad performance by a quarterback in his opening performance of the season. That was about Justin Fields. About Trey Lance, he's not a great passer, doesn't have good skills, takes a long time to set himself and throw the football. I've never liked him. I still don't like him. My God, man, he's 22 years old. What the hell did he do to you?
I'm sure he don't like you, Mike Martz. Feeling's probably mutual after this this tear down that he's trying to do. I mean, Mike Martz, I'm not going to discredit what he did in the league. That's just because he has his opinion. That's fine. He knows a lot of football. He did a lot of good things in the NFL. So I'm not going to sit up here and talk about him because he talked crazy about Trey Lance, but it's just bizarre.
The first comment, Lance will be fine. Can't say the same thing for Martz. Yikes.
I mean, we could talk about his time with the 49ers if we wanted to, but I ain't going to do that, man. He got his opinion. He talks about what he sees and what he likes as a quarterback, and I guess Justin Fields and Trey Lance don't fit that.
Yeah, weird. Yeah, it's weird. Anyways, we'll get to the Phoenix Suns Robert Sarver story as we roll along here. Today we've got our Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night coming up. We've got Eric Crocker coming up. A couple of things that we learned coming out of week 1 of the NFL season as well. All of that is ahead. before we talk about week 2, because it's very relevant to what we saw last night with the 49ers and the Seahawks. Let's go to the 4th and 5 play last night. The clock management, the approach by the Denver Broncos there in that situation, I thought was a little bizarre. But it was clear what they wanted to do. It was clear what they wanted to do from jump, and that was kick the ball. That was strange to me. I don't know that there's a better quarterback in these situations than Russell Wilson is, and they tried to kick a long field goal and left the football world scratching their heads.
Remember yesterday I was on these airwaves and I talked about how like Twitter is just a place for people to criticize coaches and stuff like that. But like people who've never played the game, never coached the game, don't really know as much as they think about football. And Twitter is a place for them to talk about, oh, this guy sucks, or he doesn't know what he's doing, or I would do this. I watch the all 22s and this is da-da-da-da. And that's what it is. And essentially people don't know what they're talking about. I just talked about this yesterday. That was stupid. It's just as simple as that. It doesn't mean he's a bad coach. It doesn't mean he won't be successful or whatever. That whole sequence and that decision was dumb. Like that made no sense. It'd be one thing if you took the ball out of Russ's hands to maybe kick a 50-yarder or a 45, 48-yarder or something.
I think we were talking about a career long. Yeah, we were talking about a career long field goal. It's like, hey, that's Russell Wilson. Like this is whether you like him or you don't. This is very literally what he does. He can lead his team down the field and come back. You're asking him to get 5 yards. And you didn't trust him to get 5 yards. That was, I don't know what analytics say. I can't imagine they were good for a field goal of that length. Like, yeah, I'm gonna put my kicker out there for a career long field goal in a slightly hostile environment. Yeah, I don't know, man. That was perplexing, especially the way that Russ had played there in that fourth quarter. The amount of game-winning drives he has in his career. Yo, run it.
Run
Russ, man. Let him work.
Run the play.
Let him cook.
Let him cook. The other thing about that, though, is you took, 30 seconds off the clock just to call a timeout?
Yeah. Well, that's what that's what I mean. It was clear. It was perplexing in the moment. It was clear that's what they were going to do. There was no. They knew that's what they were going to do. They were going to kick the ball, and no one was going to change their mind. It's confusing.
Yeah, I absolutely second guess that call. But like I said,
for sure,
maybe he goes on to be a great coach and does great things. I just don't understand it, and I really don't understand the logic in choosing a 64-yard field goal. That more than anything is more head scratching than anything. Like if you wanted to go with a field goal and it was 58 yards, 56. It'd be like, I don't know, but they're making those kicks nowadays in the NFL. Like the 50-yarder is the new 30-yarder. It feels like, you know what I mean? Like they're hitting it, but 64 yards. It's nuts. And like you mentioned, you have Russell Wilson right there. Yeah. And you saying you can't run a play to get 5 yards or Russell Wilson?
It's not Trey Lance, with all due respect. It's not Justin Fields, with all due respect. It's not guys. It's not two guys without like a proven track record. Hell, role reversal. It's not Geno Smith, who I thought played really well yesterday. It's freaking Russell Wilson. Like he's got a bunch of these game-winning drives on his resume.
Right.
Maybe a situation where a first-year coach trying to, outthink in the room a little bit. I'm not sure. Just a weird call, especially with Russell Wilson under center.
A lot of people kind of scoff at something like this, and I get it, like being a little facetious when I bring this up, but there are people who believe like if you play Madden enough. You can like navigate through those situations, right? Like clock situations and 64-yarder. Like they wouldn't even make this in a video game. They wouldn't make a 64-yarder in a video game. I think I should just go for the 4th and 5. But yeah, I don't know. Nothing I could say about him. And Ramsey's in there talking about y'all don't know what the line is. The line was 6. They're going to lose it either way. Seahawks are going to win either way. So unless you're saying they didn't want them to score a touchdown, they probably would have pushed. The line?
What are we talking about right now?
Ramsey talking about y'all obviously didn't know what the spread was last night.
Ramsey, that's stupid. So football's fixed too. Like, what are we doing right now? Good God!
And on top of that, they don't even have nothing to do with nothing.
What are we entertaining that for? That's so stupid.
They don't even have nothing to do with nothing.
One day I'm just gonna shut the chatty house down. No one's gonna be able to see it. They're just gonna start muting people so it doesn't distract from the show. Putting up these stupid ass conspiracy theories on the show. Jesus Christ. 49ers and the Seahawks this week. I know a lot of 49er fans were hyped. Oh, it's okay. 1-1, quick bounce back coming up. Man, I wouldn't be so sure. I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Well, let me preference this by saying it's a division game. The division games are always tough. You got a division game early in the season. It's going to be tough. It's going to be something you've got to be ready for. You got to be prepared for. It's the Seattle Seahawks. As a 49er fan, we haven't had much success against the Seahawks for the better part of the last decade. So there's always a level of apprehension when you talk about playing the Seahawks. They don't matter. I mean, obviously when Russ was there, you feel that way. But it don't matter if it's Russ, Geno, Matt Hasselbeck. It doesn't matter. Like, it's the Seahawks. It's been all bad for the better part of a decade. So you're always going to be on guard for the Seahawks. You're never going to be completely comfortable. They got Pete Carroll over there. Pete is still there as well. So you're always going to be on guard. Niners should win this game. And like I mentioned before the break, I've seen this story before. This could be a blowout.
Explain.
Well, I've lived it. I mean, the Seahawks, they played tough last night. They played inspired last night. But coming into the season, nobody expected them to be much of anything. They didn't think that they were going to be a contender or anything like that. It reminds me a little bit.
I'm guessing those 53 guys did.
Yeah, sure, absolutely, and they still do. I mean, they think people are sleeping on them. Players think they were sleeping on them.
Sure. Can I throw one caveat before you go any further? Because now we're clearly transitioning from last night's game to next week's game. There's going to be a major absence for the Seattle Seahawks in next week's game, which could add a lot of credence to what you're talking about here, and that's Jalen Ramsey got the old Triple H quad injury, and he, like, I always look when guys walk off the field and take their helmets. The first thing I look at is their facial expressions, and his facial expression right away was something's off. It wasn't even something's hurting. It was like something happened.
I thought it was foot at first, but man.
Yeah, so losing, whatever impact Jalen had on the game last night, losing him moving forward, man, that's brutal for Seattle, who was already, as you were outlining right there, in a tough spot.
Yeah, and I feel bad for Jamal Adams just in general. I mean, he hasn't really been able to stay healthy for much of his career, and this is a devastating injury, if it's as bad as we all. I think I said Jalen Ramsey. Yeah, Jamal Adams. As we all is being reported. I mean, it's a devastating injury. So I just feel bad for him, to see that happen to him again. But But
stuff.
You talk about what happened last night. Last night was a movie. At I don't know what they're calling it now. It used to be called The Link, but it was a movie.
Yeah, it's called something else now. It doesn't even have a cool name to it.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a movie.
It is a great venue,
night,
though. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, kind of reminded me a little bit of 2015 Monday night opener. Everybody thinking that it was about to be all bad for one San Francisco 49ers team with their new coach, Jim Tomsula. The Niners go on to beat the Vikings 20-3 that night at Levi Stadium.
Are you sure you want to reference the Tomsula era?
Sure. I don't have no problem with it if it's a story. Niners go on to win 20-3 that night in an impressive win. And people are like, see, oh man, we can move on. Everything will be okay. Followed that up week 2.
Mm-hmm.
The 43-18 beat down by the Steelers. Oh, that one didn't, convince you. Let's go to the very next year.
Mm-hmm.
2016.
Mm-hmm.
Monday Night Football to start the season under the lights in Santa Clara. 28-0. Niners beat the Rams. Aaron Donald gets ejected, slams his helmet on the floor, on the ground. Niners 1-0. Chip Kelly. They then go to Carolina the next week and get beat down 46-27. All I'm saying is I've seen the emotional Monday night week 1 win before. And I've also seen the beatdown the following week on the road on a short week when the emotion, they got up for that game last night. Seattle was charged up for that game. There's going to be a bit of an emotional letdown. Maybe Pete Carroll is a way better coach than Tomsula or Chip Kelly. So maybe he'll coach against that and have them prepared. Like I said, Pete Carroll is there, so you always got to be on guard if you're a 49ers fan. All I'm saying is I've seen the emotional week 1 Monday night victory before lead to an absolute beatdown on the road the next week. And that's what Seattle's doing.
Okay. That's interesting. I mean, there's 2 examples there. That's fine. I think if you're, you got to go Doc Rivers and tell the whole story here. The Broncos fumbled twice at the 1. This isn't to take away from what Geno Smith did or what the Seattle Seahawks did. It's not to take away from the challenges they're going to face with Jamal Adams being out moving forward. They did a hell of a job yesterday. They won in that environment on their home field. They sent every single one of those people that were in that field home happy.
Yep.
But Denver sure did a lot to help them.
Yeah.
And so as much as I really do like the Geno Smith story, and I hope he has a really successful season with the Seattle Seahawks, I still don't see this being a particularly good football team, especially with Jamal Adams out. And as inspired, if that's the right word, as Geno's performance was yesterday, I don't know. Again, 30-17. If you convert from the 1, that's what we're talking about. This is a Denver Broncos team that we thought, this is a team that could compete in the AFC West. Hell, you stretch it out a little bit further. Maybe this is a team that could compete in the AFC. Period. Mm-hmm. You left 6 to 14 points on the board.
Right.
I mean, I'm not going to be so quick to say is you add 6 and you win. Like, sure, the numbers work out to like that. It changes the complexion of the game a little bit. It changes Seattle's strategy a little bit. I think it would be lazy to make that assessment. But again, as much as I like what Seattle did yesterday, they've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
They've got to be better. Like they play that game versus Seattle, Seattle plays that game versus San Francisco. And could be a tough outing for Seattle. Of course, San Francisco has their own things to fix as well, but they've got, and I think this is where advantages come into play with the wins and the loss and the emotion that you were just talking about. Their emotions are running in a bit of different directions right now.
Yeah.
Reviewing tape off a win has a different feeling than reviewing tape off a loss. reviewing tape off a win has a very different feeling than reviewing tape on a loss that that should have been a win.
Mm-hmm.
That you lost to a team that's clearly not as good as you are. And I think that creates that creates different types of emotions for week 2.
Yeah. And there's a lot of people in the chat saying Niners are going to lose. They're picking Seattle. That's fine. That's your opinion. But here's what I would ask. And this is how I know a lot of that is just us talking and hate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because let's go back in time to 2015. And the Seahawks are coming off an NFC Championship appearance, and they're looking like they're going to be one of the better teams in the league. And let's just say they lost week 1. And the Niners, with Hoyer and Carlos Hyde at running back, they were supposed to be not very good, and they win a week 1 matchup. And let's say they played each other in week 2. Is there anybody who would say that week 1 Niners team should beat a pissed off Seahawks team coming home in week 2? Nobody would say that. Mm-hmm. Nobody would be champion of 49ers. All the talk would be, oh man, Seahawks, they're mad. You've got a mad Seahawks team who are desperate for a win at home. It's gonna be a tough one. Short week. They would say all that stuff. So if anybody's telling you the Seahawks are gonna win that game on it, it's really just hate. No.
Well, no,
really,
I don't think that's true. That's
it
not
is because
fair.
nobody in their right mind would do it the other way.
No, I understand the point that you're making, but I also don't think it's fair because it's not like the 49ers played well. We don't know the status of George Kittle yet. We'll probably know tomorrow. At least we'll get a slightly clearer picture tomorrow. Mm-hmm. But we don't know if George Kittle's going to play tomorrow. I mean, I think there are still factors. I think there are 2 very extreme opinions on Trey Lance right now. I think it's fair to say, the quarterback's a little bit of a question mark. I don't think it's outrageous to go into week number 2 and say the Seahawks are going to beat the 49ers. Plus, there is the wild card of it being a division game.
I think that's outrageous. I do. I think that's outrageous.
It's
to say
outrageous.
That they're going to beat them, they're going.
You have to make
beat them. Can they beat them? Yes, absolutely.
No. We've got the D'Lo and KC Pick'em League. You've got to pick a winner in the game, right? It's not outrageous for someone to pick and say Seattle's going to win.
To me, that's outrageous. You wouldn't do that.
No, it isn't.
You wouldn't do that. So, okay, let me ask you this.
I'm not picking Seattle to win.
Let me ask you this. Who would pick the Packers, the Bears to beat the Packers on Sunday?
Probably no one.
Same thing.
It's not the same thing because Aaron Rodgers and Trey Lance aren't the same player. You know this. We spent an entire offseason talking about this. The question mark on a team is nothing more than a question mark on the quarterback.
And that's where we're losing sight. That's where we're losing sight.
Am I wrong? Is that assessment wrong?
No, a lot of people do that, and a lot of people are wrong.
I don't disagree.
No, I agree with you that a lot of people do that.
I don't think it's outrageous for someone to say, oh, I like what I saw from Seattle. I think maybe with Jamal Adams being out, maybe it did. All right, let's settle down here. But I think division games they're tough to pick. I'm not sure that Sunday's game is void of emotion. It certainly doesn't have the emotional level that last night had. Mm-hmm. But it's the Seahawks versus the 49ers. It's not void of emotion.
No, I mean it is all the reasons.
I think the Seahawks can get up for that is what I was trying to say. I think the Seahawks can get up for that.
I think they can. I think the Seahawks can win. Like I laid everything out talking about how just the PTSD I have of seeing the Seahawks. I'll never be comfortable playing against the Seahawks. That's just what it is. But if we're talking, if we're just talking if we were talking 2 other teams, like I said, Bears and Packers. Will Z said he just picked the Bears to beat the Packers. Tip my hat to him for taking that one and giving me an extra
analytics, baby. Let's go, Will Z.
Because I ain't taking the Bears to beat the Packers, and I understand the I understand the Aaron Rodgers Trey Lance comparison. I get that fully, but like I mentioned, I think people have. like if the 49, I'll put it to you like this: 49ers defense play the way they're supposed to play, they should win that game.
See, that's the thing. See, we're getting into we're getting into what they're saying in the chatty house or what they're saying on Twitter, and we're talking about what fans think about the game.
Mm-hmm.
What matters is how the 49ers respond to that loss.
Mm-hmm.
I think Seattle can respond to this game just fine. But if the 49ers respond to that loss against Chicago the way we believe that they should, this shouldn't be a particularly competitive game. Again, I amplify this with the loss of Jamal Adams. That is just that's brutal for them.
Mm-hmm.
And Geno, I thought Geno was super composed yesterday, especially given the environment. I don't think he tried to do too much. He was incredibly accurate. He did a lot that helped that team win. But that type of performance works really well when the other team coughs up two scoring opportunities. If you've got an opponent that's responding differently and they're punching the ball in, that type of performance, he's going to have to, Geno is going to have to extend out of what we saw yesterday quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it all boils down to is how do the 49ers respond to that loss last week or a couple of days ago? How do those penalties get cleaned up? With the element surely being different in Santa Clara, does Kyle Shanahan open up the playbook a little bit? Is he still guarded of Trey Lance? And who the hell is the primary running back moving forward? I don't know.
Yeah. There. I do want to talk about, though, when we come back, just people, I think people are getting swept up, and they do all the time. They're getting swept up in this Trey Lance thing and the success of the 49ers, because that's not where the success lies. That's not. They're losing sight. They're getting swept up in Trey Lance and it's his fault, and if so and so was here and all this, it's not it, man. It's not it. It's. I think we need to reel it in a little bit and understand what truly is the identity of this.
I feel like Uncle Phil right now. We'll find out what Kenny's talking about. I guess that's just the theme of the show. Stick around, find out what Kenny's talking about. When D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I just got to note that we can't be heard on 98.5 right now.
What the hell? What the hell?
Has Jesse, has an engineer come in to see you at all today? Can you share this with them? I'll send you the text I just got from Deuce.
Is it? I think this was their second fight. Oscar and Shane.
They fought twice?
Yeah.
Oh, Oscar. Sorry.
Sugar Shane Mosley.
Floyd and Shane fought once, right?
Yeah.
For some reason, that's what I was. Jonathan texted me. He said he found us a ESPN 1320 mic flag.
Nice.
It'll have the other logo on it, but probably doesn't really matter. The Bills are 20-1 when Josh Allen rushes and passes for at least one touchdown in the same game.
Wow. Wow. Rushes and passes for at least one touchdown, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm looking through these notes, see if there's anything on the 49ers in here. I didn't watch any of the Manning cast last night.
I know you saw the clip though, huh?
Of Peyton talking about
them reacting to that last sequence.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's the one thing I saw.
That was funny.
I probably won't tune in much because I like the broadcast team. I used to turn over to the Manning cast. I turned over for the Rock interview, which I just
They
stuff.
They do a good job of ESPN does of like giving the different casts. Like they had 3 different casts, I think, last night.
Oh, maybe did they?
2.
Did they have the Hannah?
I feel like they had it because I saw a couple and I was like, well, damn, this is kind of what I'm asking for. But they had the Manning cast. They had the traditional one. Maybe it was just the fact that it was on ABC too. But I feel like they had another broadcast.
That's funny. I instinctively went to ESPN. I didn't go to ABC.
I didn't see the ABC one. Although I didn't see much of it live anyway, but
You want to be a part of the show, the phone lines are available for you, 916-349-1320. We've got some power rankings coming up. We've got Eric Crocker coming up, host of the Locked On 49ers podcast. He'll be with us coming up right around 2:20. Of course, you could jump in the chatty house as well, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Okay, let's go back to Kenny, because that's what we're doing. Kenny's teasing something before the break, and we've got to pay it off. When we get back, you know what? But before we do that, let's do this.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
Ceiling is the Roof Performance of the Night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Give them a call at 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. If you've been wanting to get solar panel, if you've been inquiring about, if you've been thinking about solar panels, whatever it may be, ACR Solar and Roofing will answer all of your questions for you in a very, very, very detailed fashion, including giving you an idea of what your bill would look like once those solar panels get up there. Of course, they do a lot of other things, including electric vehicle charger installations, and they put a new roof up there for you too. That doesn't include solar panels. That's ACR Solar and Roofing, 916-481-7200. It may be his only performance of the night of the year, but I'm going Geno, man. I told you I love the Geno Smith story. He had a very good outing, by the way, 23 for 28, 195 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. But I love the story that they were telling, that Lisa Salters was telling throughout the broadcast of, you know, he was just staying ready. The hardest thing for him each day was preparing like he was going to play and not playing. And he did that for the better part of 6 years. And I kept trying to rack my brain, like, what went ill with Geno? I was like, did something happen? Like, is he a bad guy? Like, what happened? And the answer is nothing. He was drafted into the quarterback graveyard that is the New York Jets. And that's kind of like where it started. Of course, it kind of started on draft night where he had a bad draft night. He had a really, really bad draft night. And then he winds up with the Jets. He's there 2 years. That doesn't go well. At least he's starting for 2 years, and that doesn't go well. And he's been a backup ever since. But it seems like he's getting a legitimate run. I don't know if he's getting a legitimate run as a long-term quarterback with the Seattle Seahawks, but he's getting a run with this season for the Seahawks as the quarterback. So I'll give him the ACR, the ceiling is the roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing.
Man, good for Geno last night, man. That was good for him to get that opportunity on that platform and come through the way he did, man. So obviously I didn't want the Seahawks to win, but if they had to win, I was glad to see Geno.
Top of the NFC West.
Top of the NFC West.
Seahawks are the team to beat in the NFC West right now.
Yeah. So good for Geno, man, to come through on that platform. That was I like Geno. I've never had an issue with Geno, so I'm always down to see that.
So reel us in here a little bit. We were talking about Trey Lance, and I think you're taking exception to something I said a few moments ago.
No exception or anything. It's just it's what everybody does, and I think that they're equating the 49ers' success, especially early on, to Trey Lance's performance. And I just think that's the wrong way to look at this 49ers team and maybe any Kyle Shanahan coach team. Like, that's not – they're going to be successful if they defend and run the ball effectively. The quarterback on a Kyle Shanahan team is – from everything that we've seen, Matt Ryan did major work. I think he won MVP when he was under Kyle Shanahan. But for the most part, it's kind of like, is it fair enough to say they're like a supporting role in what they're doing? Because think about the way these teams, even when he had RG3, Alfred Morris went crazy that year. Matt Ryan, Freeman and Tevin Coleman went crazy that year. When the Niners went to the Super Bowl with Jimmy G, it's not like Jimmy G was lighting it on fire, although he had a lot of good games towards the end. But Raheem Mostert went crazy towards the end of that season, and they had a number of different running backs. Same thing last year with Elijah Mitchell. Like, I believe this with how Kyle Shanahan looks at football philosophically. If he had Patrick Mahomes, I don't think he'd be throwing the ball 30 times. Like that's not, I don't think that's how he looks at the game of football.
It's hard to argue. It's hard to argue that point. That feels like bad coaching. Not the way that he's handling it now, but the idea of, well, if he had Patrick Mahomes, he wouldn't be. Essentially, if Kyle Shanahan was Patrick Mahomes' coach, Patrick Mahomes wouldn't be Patrick Mahomes. To me, that's bad coaching.
Maybe. I mean, I think everything. I
think Kyle might coach to his strengths or his team. Kyle might coach to his team strengths, but it begs the question: if the quarterback is a supporting role, then why move on from Jimmy Garoppolo?
Well, one of the reasons why, and the way we talked about this yesterday, there's two reasons why. Number one, Jimmy was making $25 million a year. Number two, Jimmy could never stay healthy. Now, you can't just have a scrub quarterback back there. There's got to be some level of talent at the quarterback position. And we saw that with Nick Mullins and all the other guys that he tried to replace. Like, you can't just be anybody at quarterback. You need a good quarterback to execute some of the things that he wants to do in the passing game. But I said for a long time, like, Jimmy Garoppolo, the reason you can't have him as your franchise quarterback because you can't trust him to stay on the field. He's always hurt. So that's where all of this kind of started, in my opinion, was Jimmy was always getting hurt. And they were like, we gotta look for something else.
So I think you're on to something while simultaneously being wrong.
Interesting.
I'm looking at Matt Ryan's MVP numbers.
Mm-hmm.
He was throwing the ball a lot. I mean, he did. There's 39, 42 attempts. I mean, he's regularly, almost exclusively above 30. There's the most he threw that year He was 27 of 42 in a 2-point loss to Seattle. Like he was throwing the ball. Like Kyle Shanahan was absolutely calling for Matt Ryan to drop back and pass.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's less of his game plan, like his philosophy on football, and more of this is the roster I have. Like if Trey turns into let's say, and everyone can laugh after week 1, it's fine. Let's say Trey morphs into a Patrick Mahomes type.
Mm-hmm.
I think that will evolve Kyle Shanahan's play calling.
I think it will. I also think that takes a long time with Kyle Shanahan. I think that it feels like it takes a while to like earn his trust, if that makes any sense. That's what it feels like. Could be wrong, but
that's fair.
It feels like it takes a while to earn his trust and for him to feel confident that you have everything that you need, the understanding and everything, to execute what you're trying to execute. So I don't know. It could, but it also could be a personnel thing too, because Matt Ryan was probably the best quarterback that he had.
Yeah.
You look at, like, I'm just looking at Kyle Shanahan. Right.
How many years was he with Atlanta?
2 years. 2 years. And I'm trying to see. Yeah, see, I'm trying. Oh, this is maybe I was trying to look up like where he ranked with like the quarterbacks that he had before. And you can tell me maybe if you go to the same thing and you're looking at something different.
Mm-hmm.
Passing attempts. I believe this is passing attempts.
Mm-hmm.
In Houston, when he had Matt Schaub, I think is the quarterback, he was 7th in attempts, 4th in attempts. Went to Washington, was 8th in attempts, or 4th in attempts, excuse me, 5th in attempts, and then 30th. Then after this, it goes to 30th, 9th, 26th, 8th, 26th, 2nd.
Wait, is this the quarterback or is this Kyle?
Like his team's rankings in his attempts to pass the ball.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
and like I said,
I'm looking at individuals. I'm looking at Matt Ryan. Like there's no way his 2 years in it. Like what were his 2 years in Atlanta? Do you have those numbers?
See, and that's where it doesn't add up because
the place where he
threw year is like 26, and I'm like, that can't be the case.
Well, but okay, so what's 2015? Because he threw the ball way more in 2015 than he did in 2016.
8th.
Okay,
I thought
that seems weird.
I thought 16 was his MVP year, though, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, it was. But he actually threw the ball more. Matt Ryan threw the ball more the year prior.
Mm.
I don't know. You figure that's your boy. You figure him out.
but I'll even.
He threw the ball almost 100 times more the year prior. Matt Ryan did.
Yeah, and it lines up with his time in San Francisco, like with what I've seen. Maybe that's where my head is where it's at, because in San Francisco, well, this doesn't seem right either. But he threw it the second most times in 2017. It's hard to believe that. But in 2018, 20th, 29th, 16th, 29th, 27th. That was his rankings with attempts. We'll see. Get on this first. But just in general, I feel like, especially with Trey Lance, like he knows Trey Lance isn't where he's going to be eventually. So this team is going to rely heavy on the defense and the run game. And really, to be honest with you, it wouldn't be any different if Jimmy Garoppolo was under center. They showed us that.
Yeah,
last
I agree
year.
with that. Yeah, I wholeheartably agree with that. But I do think it would be different if Patrick Mahomes was under center,
and maybe
Josh Allen was under center.
And maybe that's the one, or maybe there's a handful of guys where he'd be like, I'd change up everything to have these guys. Maybe he'd be like that, right? And Matt Ryan was that type of player, in that time. He was one of the top quarterbacks at the time. So maybe
would he change it up for Derek Carr?
No. because I think Derek Carr's too loose with the ball.
Oh, yeah, he throws that one interception. Kyle be like, no, my brother, you ain't throwing another one of those this quarter. No, there's no chance if Kyle Shanahan's the coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, Derek Carr throws 3 interceptions. No, he ain't gonna get a chance to throw the ball.
No, he might not even get a chance to drop back because he fumbles the ball a lot too. So he might not even get a chance to drop back. But I say all this to say we're looking at the game on Sunday, what's going to go on this coming Sunday, and in the first couple of weeks as Trey Lance has to play well for them to win. Trey Lance has to show that he can lead them to a victory. It's not necessarily the case.
I don't think that's true.
Trey Lance, with how he played on Sunday, dare I say, he played well enough for this team to win. The defense broke down a little bit, and that's kind of what caught. They broke down mentally with the penalties. They broke down mentally with the broken coverages. And dare I say, that's why they lost the game. They didn't lose the game because of the performance or lack thereof of Trey Lance. Defensively, they were dominating this game, and they let up. They had some miscues on the defensive end, and that's what cost them this game. And I think that's going to be the case on Sunday. Sunday, like, we're not looking. I don't think anybody's looking for Trey Lance to tear it up or, to light up the Seahawks. Like, no, don't turn the ball over.
But you want to see him be better. Like, isn't that like you want to see a progression? Like I'll give him a. I believe a lot of the inaccurate stuff, a lot of the inaccuracies that we saw on Sunday, I do believe that had a lot to do with the elements. I think a lot of it had to do with timing as well. I think I saw enough from him post game to believe some of those smaller mistakes we saw are going to be corrected. But I also think there's only so many mistakes that you can correct. Like, there's still a feel for the game that you have to figure out. I don't think he's going to have that Sunday. I don't think he's going to have it. Hell, he might not have it this season. But
I agree.
I want to see a progression. That's ultimately what I want to see from him.
I agree. And my thought is, if he doesn't have that feel by the end of the season, that doesn't mean that the Niners can't win.
No doubt.
I think a lot of people feel that way. They feel like, well, if he doesn't figure it out anytime this year, then they can't win, and they need to get Jimmy in there because he does have the feel. Like,
I think the most important thing, and this is probably where the looming the looming, if that's the right word, of Jimmy Garoppolo comes into play here, and the expectations for this team, and understandably the expectations are very high, is he has to be afforded the opportunity to fail. Mm-hmm. He has to be allowed the opportunity to fail, knowing this is your job. You're the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. And it's not being taken away 2 games into the season, 3 games into the season, 6 games into the season. It's not being taken away this year. You are the quarterback of this football team. You will remain the quarterback of this football team. There's a point, like, you've got to see you've got to see progression. You got to see enough to know that you could be comfortable with him moving forward. But it can't be like Kyle has to be clear to Trey Lance, and he's got to be clear to Jimmy Garoppolo. Mm-hmm. Jimmy, you're entering this game. If you're entering any game, if Trey gets hurt, like, Trey has to work through these mistakes. Like, that's how he's going to get better. That's how he's going to evolve. That's how he's going to grow. Is he's going to be allowed the opportunity to play through mistakes. And he had some on Sunday. He needs to correct some of them. He's going to have some mistakes this Sunday versus Seattle. Then he's going to have to correct those. But he's got to win or lose on Sunday. Trey's going to be he has to be given the opportunity to fail. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, even though apparently we're not on there. ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, and I think about 2 games that come to mind that are somewhat similar. In 2019, there was a game that was pretty much the same as what we saw on Sunday, conditions-wise. in Chicago. That's probably a little worse, to be honest with you. Niners against the football team, very bad football team, and Jimmy was not very good. Like off the top of my head, I can only remember one pass that Jimmy made that was worth anything. It wasn't a touchdown pass, but it was like a third down, big gainer, run after the catch type deal. And that's about it. Niners won 9-0. The Niners defense did their job that day. Mm-hmm. They made sure that an inferior opponent on the offensive end, we got it. This is a defensive game right here. We got it. The Niners defense on Sunday just didn't do that. And there's enough, there are enough shortcomings from everybody involved, whether it's Trey, the defense, Kyle, Debo, all these guys. Like, there's enough to go around. So it's not just on the defense. But that's a game. If you have a top 5 defense in this league, that's the game they got to bring home. That's the game they got to bring home.
No doubt.
And that's not on, the quarterback didn't do this and that and this and that. That defense got to bring that home. They had Justin Fields with like 20 yards passing for the first half. No receiver was getting the catch. I mean, they dominated. And the fact that they gave up 19 second half points, it can't happen, man.
916-909-1320. Let's get our brother Sean in here. Sean, what's happening, baby?
Yo, my brothers from another mother. Shout out Jesse behind the boards. Look, man, I just have to really come on here and give props to KC, man. You summed it up perfectly, man. The thing that I really can't stand about this whole Trey Lance thing is the national media throwing out there, how long is the leash? They got this team that's built to win now. They got to get Jimmy in there. Man, how did that do for Tua? You know what I'm saying? Look what that did for guys like Lamar Jackson. You got to let guys play themselves into the system. You got to let guys grow. They're going to take their lumps, man. But that's what the rest of the team has to pick them up for, man. I feel like Debo didn't show out. The defense let up bad, and you have those two elements not working for you. It's going to be real hard for Trey to win. So just stick with them. Let them play it out. They'll be fine. I still got them winning that division, so we'll see how it all goes down. But y'all keep it real peasy. No crazy questions today.
Hey, whoa. How you going to call without a crazy question to close it out? How do I know this? I only know it's really Sean if you ask a crazy question.
I did want to throw something out there, man. So what was the worst upset of week 1, man? Is it the Broncos getting taken down by that terrible Seahawks team? Is it what happened in Chicago, or is it the kissing sisters tie between Indianapolis and the Houston Texans?
Oh man, see that's a good one. That's not even crazy.
I hate the tie. I was all ready to say it was Chicago being the Niners, so he put that tie in it. That was just nasty. We're
gonna pretend like Cincinnati didn't lose to Pittsburgh.
Well,
the
Texans. Only one of us shows respect for Mike Tomlin and what he's able to do on this show. Only one of us. So, no, that ain't no upset to me.
You've got your nerve, dude. I swear to God, you've got your nerve. The Houston one, the just the fact that it ended in a tie. I don't know, man. Hold up. The Giants beat the Titans.
Well, we both don't even have the Titans as a playoff team. And then once again, only one of us said the hot take of possibly seeing the Giants or Lions in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's a far cry from the Giants winning week 1 to the Giants getting in the playoffs. But given what we know Dallas will be moving forward. Carson Wentz stumbled into being a quarterback again.
He did. Carson Wentz played well. I've been very critical of Carson Wentz. He played well on Sunday.
I circle back around. I think it was Chicago beating San Francisco.
I think so too. If we're talking about actual loss, because the tie wasn't a loss, but yeah, the Bears beating the Niners.
The way Buffalo beat Los Angeles was a little bit surprising.
Yeah,
but Buffalo beating Los Angeles isn't an upset. No. Mac Jones Joe is back. Oh. Wow, he waited for what, like 10 seconds? Sorry, Joe. Sorry we didn't get to you quick enough, Joe. Jeez. All right. Mitch will hang on hold for 4.5 hours. Mac Jones Joe's like, hey, time is money, baby. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's happening, fellas?
What's up, Joe? How you doing, man?
I'm good now, but long time no hear.
I know, man. Good to hear from you.
Hey, but I've been all last year I was hearing Trey Lance is going to be the answer. You need that extra dynamic at quarterback. But fellas, that kid's a long way away from that.
Okay, we're gonna.
You know what I mean? I saw a lot of flaws that you can't fix in a week.
No, you didn't.
What'd you see? What'd you see, Joe?
You're lying. You're lying, Joe.
No, Billy, if you think about it, he's hesitant with the ball because you don't trust his eyes, and he hitches when he throws.
Okay.
And the windows are smaller in the NFL.
Okay.
And you can't fix that in a week.
He is slow with the ball. There's no doubt about that. And I don't think that's a fix as much as it's a learn. Like he's got to get that's a comfort level, not like a mechanism problem. Like he just has to. It's just getting a feel for the offensive line and how much time he has, getting a feel for his receiving core. Like this is a young man who has not played a ton of football in the last handful of years. We talked extensively about that in the offseason, how that's going to be one of the most concerning things if the offensive line is as bad as we think it might be. How does he develop his time in the pocket? How does he understand his time in the pocket?
Look, he's not a finished product by any means. The thing about it, though, is, and you're not going to fix it in 1 week. I don't think anybody's suggesting that. Nobody's suggesting that Trey Lance is going to be a finished product by week 2. You know what I mean? Like that's what. Like Joe's not wrong, but
neither will Mac Jones.
What's the point? Like, what's the point of saying that? We all understand that.
Neither will Justin Fields. Like there's I don't know. The Trey Lance takes. They're strong.
Like I said, I'm allowing, but I'm just not even really trying to jump off on everybody. Everybody's got their opinions and the way they see things under that. I understand that, but I just don't understand why. Like they want Trey Lance to be a finished product today.
I don't think people's opinions are wrong. I think the dramatic way in which they like assess the long-term future is a little bit off. Like, because what Joe said is absolutely correct. So it doesn't need to be fixed by the Seahawks game. It needs to be better by the Seahawks game. Doesn't need to be fixed. We'll come back. I actually have a Trey Lance related question, a 49ers related question. We've got to get to the Robert Sarver stuff as well. And I got to be honest, man, I feel like the NBA got this one wrong. We'll talk about that as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. You want to go, you want to do the Sarver stuff here and then bring the 49er stuff back. Wait. So we'll take the 49er stuff, go to break, we'll come back, then we'll have Crocker. Or do you just want to stick with it the way? Okay.
No, that's cool. That makes sense.
It is just we could break up this football talk a little bit and get to. I mean, that Sarver stuff is a pretty big story. This is well, and I think this is a good point. People are overreacting because of what it took to get Trey. You're 100% right. If Trey was just drafted at 3 versus trading up to get to 3, I think it would be very different.
But, and I agree with everything you guys are saying. Much like I talked about with like the media, like are we that much of a prisoner of our environment where we can't help ourselves?
Yes.
we have to jump off the deep end because this is what happens elsewhere, that we can't have common sense.
Yes.
It is.
Yep. And I don't know when that started because it used to be the exact opposite. I don't know when it became a right now thing because it didn't used to be like that.
And Gwitty says people are overacting because you guys have Super Bowl expectations. I mean,
that's
fair.
probably true too.
But like I said, and this is where I don't want to hear that, because, and I don't want to hear the flip now. Y'all, Ryan Clark, all these people, the last winner since he's been here, since the Chiefs Super Bowl, they all told me you couldn't win a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo. You couldn't win with him. The Niners won in spite of Jimmy. That's all I heard. Now all of a sudden he the savior. I'm not letting y'all do that. I'm not letting y'all do that. I will remind you of everything you guys said before, because I was the only one, it felt like, who was like, no, I think Jimmy's cool. So we're not doing that. I agree. They would have at the very least won the game. Would he have looked like average? Maybe, but I think they would have won the game.
I think I think there are some other criticisms that could be levied too. Like, why you had no plan when Elijah Mitchell went out? Like, you had it was like, man, you know what? I'll say this. You know, thank God, this is what you do for a living. You know your team, because you said shit. I think you said this 2 years ago. When a wrench is thrown into Kyle Shanahan's plan, he doesn't know how to react. And man, we saw that. I feel like we saw it last year when Raheem Mostert went out. You know, in the moment, he has a week to plan for it now. Elijah Mitchell goes out. The run game is RIP all of a sudden.
That's his Achilles heel, man. There's a lot of good things that I like about Kyle Shanahan, but I sometimes it gets a little too conservative for me, and I don't like that. And yeah, it's when something goes awry, he freezes up for a second. So yeah, nobody's perfect. That's his Achilles heel. We're going to talk
this
about
is
it.
Actually, a decent question, Brad. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they can.
We'll bring that back. We'll bring that back later.
But the other thing that when we come back later, remind me, we got to talk about Debo a little bit.
Okay. We'll get back to the 49ers here in just a little bit. There's a lot more we want to talk about, including some hiccups from Kyle Shanahan, a question regarding Trey Lance, and some thoughts on Debo Samuel. That's all coming up. There is another Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast, is coming up as well. Plenty more ahead here. Phone lines are definitely open for you. 916-909-1320, wherever you are. We appreciate you being with us. We want to take a quick moment from football and dive into the news that came from the NBA today, where it was released that they finished up their investigation into Robert Sarver, the owner of the Phoenix Suns, and some allegations regarding workplace conduct that involved sexually explicit remarks, racially charged remarks, and I thought the wording in ESPN in the NBA statement was humorous, to say the least. But what we know is Robert Sarver has been fined $10 million, which is the maximum that the NBA is allowed to fine an owner. And we know, whatever the hell this means, he's suspended for the year. So he's not we've seen this act before. He's not around. He's not who else is it? Stephen Ross, the Dolphins owner, who's not allowed to be around for like 6 weeks.
Yeah.
But so he can't represent the Phoenix Suns publicly or privately. So if someone comes to his house, he can't acknowledge that he's the Phoenix Suns owner. Reading through as much as I could, and to be transparent, I read a lot of the bullet points. I read the entire NBA press release, but I didn't, read the entire investigation. Some of it is pretty freaking gross. Some of it is pretty, like, I think the NBA got this wrong. Now, to be fair, I don't know what the punishment should have been. This don't feel like it.
So remind me of the exact specifics of what led to Sterling. So Sterling, the NBA didn't force him to sell, right? Like it ended up being Shelly Sterling. Maybe they had back channel talks, but she said, I'm going to sell. Like the NBA didn't strip the team from Donald, did they?
They banned him for life. And I don't remember Adam Silver's exact wording if it was we're forcing him to sell the team, but they wanted him removed as an owner, which, obviously the other NBA owners vote on that, but it's still, this is my team. I have to sell this. Shelly was a part of it. Like, I don't think they could have sold it without Shelly being a part of it. And Shelly was the one who talked Donald into going through with it. Because if you recall, originally, Donald Sterling said, I'm not selling. It's my business. Like, I'm not selling. You can ban me from the games if you want to. I'm not selling. And it was Shelly who eventually convinced him to do it. And then I'm sure a short talk with Steve Ballmer made that a lot more easy.
Well, and then that begs the question, and like, let's just keep the same energy, NBA. I don't understand why Sarver isn't banned for life.
So I thought about that, and I think there's a couple of things in play here, and because that was obviously my first. When I see this is the quote that made me laugh. On at least 5 occasions, he repeated the N-word when recounting the statements of others. So what the NBA is, I assume, attempting to make clear is he wasn't using the N-word as part of his vocabulary. He was reciting a story from someone else in which that person used the N-word, and he repeated that story or that quote verbatim. That's how I read that. To the best of my knowledge, Donald didn't even say the N-word.
Well, he just
was like, "Why are you around those people?"
Well,
like,
but look, here's the other thing about that, though, and from what I understand, with the Sarver thing, and make no bones about it. Once again, I'll say it. This ain't. I ain't doing like people in Florida. I am not defending Donald Sterling. He should have been removed for a number of different reasons. Don't get it twisted. But they were able to ban him for personal conversations. Sarver did stuff at the workplace.
I got you, and so I pointed that out because that line made me laugh. But here's why I think that's the case. The NBA and David Stern had long wanted Donald Sterling out of the league because of the embarrassing way he ran his franchises, the multiple cities that he was in. Because of the embarrassing ways that he did that, they wanted him out. But they didn't have grounds to get him out. Remember, Adam had been on the job for about an hour and a half before this happens. You talk about an immediate way of making an impact. That was the way to do it. Like, okay, there's also I think this has long been discussed, and I'm not sure that that it's ever been confirmed. There were discussions of shutting down the playoffs, the players, like, do something about this or else. And it never got to the or else part. And I think that played a big factor in it too, is players were very vocal in get him out of here.
Right.
And Adam acquiesced. And it was a great marker for Adam Silver. Like, my first act as commissioner is to do the one thing, because my predecessor did everything. I'm going to do the one thing he couldn't, and I'm going to get this dude out of the league. I don't know that Robert Sarver is a notoriously good owner at all. But if there's not an uprising from the players, then there's a difference between Donald and Robert Sarver. If there's no uprising from the players, if you're a workplace employee, particularly it sounds like if you're a woman that works in the Phoenix Suns organization and you don't have the backing of not just your players, but players around the league, the removal of an owner is going to be extremely difficult.
Well, here's the other thing. I'll take it a step further. And what you said, everything you said was 100% correct, but I'll even take it a step further. Sterling seemed to have the backing of the owners to move on. Or Adam Silver had the backing of the owners
right.
to move on from Donald Sterling.
Yep.
And I don't know about all of them, but I remember immediately Michael Jordan came out. I was like, there's no place for that in this league. There's no place for that. So I'm sure like he talked to enough owners where like if it went to some type of board of governors vote or something, whatever they had to do, he had enough owners that'll be like, yeah, I'll vote with you to get him out. Like he had that backing. In this particular case with Sarver, I don't know if he has that same type of backing of the owner. Cause like you said, the players, they got juice. They got juice for sure. But if the owners are like, if say Silver wanted to move on from Sarver, wanted to box him out, and the owners were like, nah, you're tripping. We're not allowing that to happen. I feel like they wouldn't allow it to happen.
Well, because what you would need is that conversation that you just laid out right there. Oh, word? Oh, hey, yeah, it's Steph. Did I hear that y'all don't want to move on? Because I just hung up with KD, and KD just hung up with Giannis, and Giannis just hung up with Jimmy, and Jimmy we've decided y'all are going to fix this. Or you're not going to see us. Right. That's the biggest difference in the between the NFL and the NBA. If the players felt strong enough about something, we saw when they walked off the floor in the bubble in Orlando. There was no forfeited game. It was like, no, we're just going to shut this down for the day, or shut this down for as many days as we need to. And we're going to get some things addressed here. Like that's the power of the player in the NBA. And this one was different for some reason. And I don't know why, because it reads significantly worse. But I think the owners, like you bring up the owners, I think the owners, without a push from the players, were already ready.
Right. Like
it's as simple as, oh, no, hey, Chris Paul, I hear you. You ain't got to convince me. Mike's already ready to go. I talked to all my buddies. We got a group text. Got an NBA owner group text. No, we're ready.
Yeah.
It's probably not the same for Sarver without some nudging. And then you read through this and it's like, what? This is an NBA owner. That's why we always talk about your uncle. Y'all better be really, really careful when you talk about what a bad owner in the NBA is.
Right.
Read this report. That's what a bad owner in the NBA is. That's what a bad owner in sports are. Go find out. I get Dan Snyder still owns a team. Anybody can own a team.
Yeah, facts. But to your point, like I said, it seemed like, people aren't tripping because he got a team together that went to the NBA Finals. He went out and got Chris Paul and paid DeAndre Ayton and Mikal Bridges. So, the
shady business practices aren't there.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's all I ever talk about when, when you put, it's just crazy. When that poll came out, I think when we first started doing the show, and they had Vivek next to Robert Sarver as a tie. Come on, man.
Yeah, that was trash.
Come on now.
That was trash. Yeah.
Like no. And MQ, he says Vivek is a bad owner because he ain't winning, because he's not winning. He's saying it jokingly.
I think he's saying that tongue in cheek.
Yeah, he's saying it jokingly. But I mean, what he says is what a lot of people echo. And that's a part of what you're doing. For sure, I understand that, but I don't know, man. I think that there needs to be a little bit more thought put into the takes when you talk about somebody being a good or bad owner than just their win-loss record.
Engaged in demeaning and harsh treatment of employees, including by yelling and cursing at them. If I was one of those employees, I'd be like, yo, you know, some of that 10 million you got, why don't you triple it? Come back to our office and then we'll all get in line and let you know, oh yeah, no, I'm not coming back here. And you're going to make sure I'm compensated for a very, very long time because of it. You got that 10 million coming in. It's Bob's money anyways. Bring them on in and make sure we're taken care of.
And maybe this is the wrestling fan in me, you know, the Stone Cold Vince situation. But I love Chris Paul to say how he really feels about this. Because if I'm Chris Paul, maybe this is the wrong way to go about it. What you gonna do, Robert Sarver? You gonna release me? You gonna trade me? Because then we all know what time it is. You're gonna get worse, and you're gonna do that. I got the juice, much like you talk about with Steph Curry and all these other. Like, I got the. What you gonna do, Devin Booker? What you gonna do? Trade me?
Are you so? You might have just answered that by referencing Devin Booker. When you say Chris Paul, are you asking Chris Paul to address it because he's the star player on the Phoenix Suns, or because he's the president of the Players Association?
Because he's the president of the Players Association, and he's been very outspoken on stuff, and rightfully so. Like, we applaud that. Like, I want him to say how he feels. He doesn't have to call him names and trash him.
No, I know what you mean.
But say, look, this is unacceptable. I'm very disappointed in this man, in this owner. This is not acceptable. You know, things that don't mince no words when asked about it. The same thing for Devin Booker too.
I needed to look this up because I got hesitant as soon as I said it. Chris Paul's term ended. CJ McCollum is now the president of the Players Association.
I remember that now that you mention it.
I was just thinking, like, why does this sound off? That's why CJ McCollum is.
I remember that now.
Chris Paul, point still being Chris Paul carries weight.
Yeah.
And apparently he just goes to teams with bad owners. No shot at Oklahoma City there or Houston or anything.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe he goes. Well, that owner's kind of crazy in himself.
Well, there are plenty of people who I'm sure there's an entire Pacific North region that would think he's a horrible owner.
Well, isn't what's his name kind of funny in the light? What's the Houston's owner name?
Fertitta?
Yeah, I thought he's a little sketchy.
Huh. I don't know, man. If your net worth begins with a B, you probably are a little shady. I mean, what I imagine many of these dudes stepped on a number of people to get that dollar.
Yeah. So, do you think this has?
How many people did you step on to get your first billion?
I don't have a billion or anything close to it, Damien.
I just thought maybe you could give us some insight into someone with that.
And if I ever did, we all coming up together. You know what I'm saying? I'm rising everybody with me, man. We're doing this together.
Bring Marty Jannetty with you, man. Bring your boy Marty Jannetty with you.
Do you, and I think I know the answer to this, do you think this has any lasting ramifications on the Phoenix Suns moving forward?
No, I think if he just this is the NBA's finding. If he just takes the punishment and goes away, that's it. That's the end of it. I don't think it's going to be an extensive, because Sterling was really visible, and I don't think Robert Sarver is. Not that he's not at games, but I don't think Robert Sarver was like seeking out reporters or making himself accessible to radio stations and different things like that and TV crews. Donald wanted the attention.
Right.
And so it was glaring, like it was noticeable that he wasn't around. I'm sure particularly for those players, because the players, he was always around those players too. I don't know that Robert Sarver is the same type of owner past, he'll go to the game and watch the game and all of that stuff. But
no, but he's going to have this light on him now. Like he could.
Well, will he? If he just takes the punishment and leaves, if he just takes the punishment and is gone a year, is it a big circus when he comes back next year?
I don't know about circus, but it's going to be Oh, there goes Robert. Before, you were pretty much like, I'm sure in Arizona they knew who you were. 5 years ago, I couldn't tell you who Robert Sarver was. I couldn't tell you who the owner of the Suns was. Now, oh, no, it's you. You know, I don't think the general NBA public would be able to tell who it was. No, he's gonna have to wear this. He's gonna have to wear this for life. Now, he could be the type of person, I don't care. It don't affect
I'm
his
positive he
life.
is. Like
It
I
don't
had
affect his everyday life. Like he could be perfectly fine. But we know who you are. Not only are you the owner that runs your business a certain way, you're the one that got suspended, aren't you? You're the one they suspended for a year. I heard about you.
Yeah, but ultimately, especially in the circles that Sarver probably rolls in, this stuff doesn't matter. That stuff matters when you're trying to go get a job at Odyssey.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter when you're trying to go buy a piece of land that probably 10 people in the state can afford to buy.
The sad thing about it is, like you said, the circles that he's running in, they probably making a joke about, oh, you off punishment now?
I love your Goodfellas laugh. It makes me laugh. Phoenix Suns are worth $1.92 billion. That's just below the NBA average is 2.58.
I wonder how they're below.
It looks like I mean, he purchased this team for $400 million in 2004.
That arena's trash. That may have.
I think that's part of it. Just looking at this, I think that's part of it. It was just a little breakdown from Sportico, but ultimately, unfortunately, most unfortunately for the people who work there, I don't think this is that big of a deal.
Yeah,
I'm just a 1-year suspension does not feel like a big deal to me, and I don't know.
And when I say does it matter, does it affect the Phoenix Suns at all? Which I know the answer to this one too. Do you think it affects how they operate, like free agency, getting people to come in? Now that it's out in the open, and to be honest with you, it felt like it didn't affect the Clippers. Like everybody knew who Sterling was and how he operated, and they got free agents. Maybe there were some. How much?
And I'm trying to think before I say this because now it feels like an eternity ago, and it very much wasn't. How much did Doc influence that? Like it was because Doc was for most of his tenure there he was the decision maker. He wasn't just a coach; he was the decision maker. I wonder how much of an effect he had, because that was the turning point for the Los Angeles Clippers was Doc,
right?
And that version of with Chris Paul and Blake Griffin eventually coming in and these different players.
I think that has a lot to do with it. So now you're talking about James Jones and Monty Williams and guys like that. And to be honest with you, Damian, I don't think every owner is like this. I'm not saying it like that. I don't know. I'm not going to speak. Let's just say I'm pretty sure not every owner is Sarver and what he's done and what he's gotten accused of. So I don't want to paint him in that same light. But I'm pretty sure if you're Doc Rivers with the Clippers or Monty Williams now with Phoenix and James Jones, they get these free agents and they're probably look, I know you have concerns and all this other stuff, but come on, look around the league. Where are you going to go? These guys offering you something, you know that owner, how he get down. Like it's part of the game.
And only so many people can play in Charlotte.
Yeah. The pitch, if I was Monty or James Jones, I'd be like, man, it's part of the game. You already know what it is. But if you come here, you're with good people and us where, you know, we're doing things the right way or whatever. I think that's how you sell it if you're part of the Phoenix Suns. Like, yeah, you go over there, you know what he did too. You know how he get down. So it's not like you're escaping it by going to a different team or standing up to something by not coming here. This, him and him, they all run in the same circles.
Well, there's also that uncomfortable acknowledgement that if you're going to attempt to stand up against something, right? If you want to stand up against Robert Sarver's behavior and conduct, good for you. You better be prepared to do it if a general manager does it, or a coach does it, or a teammate does it. Or someone in that, like, we got to keep the same energy, right? That's the tagline of D'Lo and KC. You got to keep the same energy. And so a lot of I think back to a conversation we were having about the Kings. No one wants to step up, and other than the famous Buddy Hield line, we want all the smoke. No one actually wants the smoke when you make a remark like that. This is very similar. No one actually wants the smoke when you step out and you stand up against something.
Yeah,
because you got to be consistent in it. You got to be consistent in it with players, with teammates, with other athletes, with coaches, with general managers. If you're going to do it with an owner, and it is a bit surprising how quiet. I honest to God forgot this Robert Sarver investigation was going on. I remember when the news broke. I remember us talking about it. I remember the story when the alert popped up. I was like, oh, that. I forgot. It had fallen silent for so long, and it's like, I'm sure a lot of other people did too. I'm sure a lot of players did. Shoot, I don't even know if Phoenix was good when this investigation started. That's how long ago it feels. That might be a slight exaggeration, but that's absolutely how long ago it feels.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised they made a ruling on this, and I thought, and maybe because like you, I forgot about it. I thought they were going to just kind of let it slide into the abyss, and as Mike Tyson would say, fade into oblivion, and move on.
Like some people's tweets. Yeah. People just tweeting into the abyss. We'll come back. We'll shift gears. We'll get back to football. There's more 49ers we want to talk about. There's more football in general we want to talk about. We want to talk to Eric Crocker, too, host of the Locked On 49ers podcast. I don't know if you listened to was Crocky in Chicago?
Yeah, he was in there.
That's what I thought. Anxious to get his thoughts on being at that game and what he expects to see coming up on Sunday against the Seahawks. We'll do that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. That's me. That's 100% on me. 100% on me. I had to go to the office. I was frustrated when I got back and had to fill out the show. And knowing we got to bolt out of here at 4, it's on me. I know. Such a wasted trip. Other than hanging out with me a little bit, such a wasted trip in. Didn't know they got anything accomplished.
Damien, do you know who Jordan Liggins is?
You should be getting a call, though, by the way, regarding a Charger. Very, very, very soon.
Okay.
Do I know who is?
Jordan Liggins.
Jordan Liggins.
You might not know who she is.
Oh, that's the podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the podcast. Mickey was sending me some stuff about that. I think they recorded that yesterday. I did talk to Slammy for a little bit today also.
How'd that go?
Good. Like Slammy's team, D'Lo and KC, man.
She's an ally.
Yeah, we need a couple of those, and Slammy's team, D'Lo and KC for sure. Samantha, she's probably right outside the studio door. You could probably, well, you might not be able to see her from where you are, but she's one of the account executives.
This young lady's doing good stuff, though. That's pretty dope. I had never heard about her before this, but she's doing some cool stuff. We gotta get Jordan on the show.
Yeah, I'm down. I just saw an email from Slammy. Sorry, guys, we're talking inner office politics here. I realized this when I sent it over, Kenny.
No, I got to bring the D block.
Let's see.
Let's see. My bad, fellas. What y'all talking about in here, man?
Oh. Okay. I really don't.
You got, yeah, Soren. I listened to that before. It was pretty good. Some good stuff. Ramona Shelburne's Momo's.
Yeah, that was really good. It was really good. Oh, here's that. Jeez.
You're right, Kyle. I mean, there's only one place to go then, you know, if you talk about it, if you want a pure owner, you know.
That's it.
Sacramento.
I have been so damn hungry the last 2 days.
I'm starving.
I just took a quick peek at Instagram during the break at D'Lo and KC. Mac Jones, Joe, has fired off like 4 DMs about his take on Trey Lance.
Hey, I don't think Mac Jones Joe follows me on Instagram. What's up with that?
Well, that's the D'Lo and KC account. That's he's on the show account. Like he's talking to both of us.
I mean, is anything? I know it's DM, so you try to keep it private. But I mean, what's he saying? I'd like to know.
He feels like he's talking to us. Like, let me pull him up here. Let's
know. Because, like I said, what Joe said when he called in, I don't think it was an outrageous. It was perfectly fine and made plenty of sense. It wasn't a hot take.
You know, I thought Mac Jones was a better fit for the 49ers. Trey is probably 1+ years away from being ready to lead this team. He doesn't trust his eyes when he throws. He has to realize how small the passing window is in the NFL. His throwing motion has to speed up. He took way too many hits against Chicago. I thought he would be an elusive runner. He runs like a big back. Can his body hold up? Ask Cam Newton. He was done by 30 playing like that. I'm a 49er fan through and through, and I hope I'm wrong and Trey delivers a Super Bowl. I just don't see it, though.
Well, Joe, I mean,
that's just one of them. We'll point out there's more, but that's just
Joe,
one of them.
If you looked at Trey Lance coming in, you would realize he's not an elusive runner. I mean, he wasn't.
Think he's a runner. Is he?
Not really a run. Like he ran in college because he can run. I think he makes a concerted effort to try and stay in the pocket. And if we're being honest, and Crocky can talk about this maybe when he comes on, he probably made a concerted effort to stay in the pocket a little too much on Sunday. Like you compare some of the things to what Justin Fields was able to do. Justin Fields got out of that pocket sometimes and made off-script plays. Mm-hmm. And I think, and it wasn't making off-script plays to run. It was eluding the rush, getting out of the pocket, making plays to keep plays alive and to throw. Obviously, the most famous one is the big play to Dante Pettis. But I'd like to see Trey Lance do a little bit more of that. I'd like to see him trust his instincts a little bit more. And we saw that a few times on third downs where he went for 14 yards on a 3rd and 13 to get a first down. Trust your instincts. You know, does he get hit a little bit too much than I'd like? Sure. I didn't even think that was that big of a deal on Sunday. Like he took some hits or whatever, but I didn't think that was much of a deal. He didn't take any more hits than Josh Allen takes or took in week 1. Like he's got that type of build to be able to absorb some of those hits. Dude, you want him running into the line every single time? No, absolutely not. But I think that's part of it. The fact that he's up there. I watched the game, and we'll talk to Crocky because I listened to the Locked On 49ers podcast this morning, and I think he kind of confirmed or saw some of the. I don't know where this Trey played so terrible take is coming from.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't see that. Did he play great? Was he a superstar out there? No, but this whole thing that he didn't play well and he was. I don't see that at all. I've watched the game 2.5 times now. I don't see that.
Too lazy to watch it a third, huh? Damn shame, Kenny. I think I can answer that. 2 things at play. One, he was already being hyperanalyzed. I think that's one reason. 2, I think the true last image of him on the field is that interception. And that's the last thing people remember. And they lost. They lost to a Bears team. They didn't lose to the Bills. They didn't lose to the Rams or the Chiefs or hell, the Packers. They lost to the Bears, who is they're not expected to be anything this year. And I think that it's not fair. It's not a fair assessment at all because it's less of an assessment of Trey Lance and more of an assessment of the 49ers. The 49ers as a whole, I thought were bad. I don't think Trey Lance was. And I think the takes on him come from, I think also a lot of people were watching, preparing to be critical rather than you asked the question a lot leading into the season. What if Trey Lance is good? Like we keep talking about if he's okay. We keep talking about if he's bad, but what if he's good? I think most people were going into this with he's either going to be bad or he's going to be okay. And because we have Jimmy Garoppolo as another option, we're going to pit these guys against each other. And that's what we're going to do because we're going to romanticize Jimmy Garoppolo because Jimmy Garoppolo is now Jimmy Montana Young. He's the greatest quarterbacks that the 49ers have ever seen. So he's no longer Jimmy G. He's Jimmy Montana Young.
Jimmy is one of the great 49er quarterbacks in history.
So I think that's where the hypercritical assessment comes in, is people were already prepared to be hypercritical.
Yeah. And it's just
probably wanted to be. So I'll ask you that. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like I said, I don't know how you're why. So this is also the frustrating thing that I see, and I see from quarterbacks and stuff all the time. I would see this with Jimmy. I'm seeing it with Trey. Like, there aren't a lot, if any, quarterbacks who are perfect on every play. And that's like what.
Except Patrick Mahomes.
Except Patrick Mahomes, for sure.
He's perfect in everything.
But yeah, they look at like if I sat down and watched the game with somebody right now and we went through every play Trey Lance made, and he made a good throw here, made a decent decision here, good decision here. Oh, decided to run or hit this guy here. And then he like overthrew somebody or got sacked. See that right there. That's why he's not going to. Wait a minute. Why does he have to be perfect to be? Look, he got to be perfect to be considered good, not perfect.
Yeah.
Right? He can't. He's got to. If he's perfect, then it's like, I guess he's a solid quarterback. But if there's any miscue, it's always as if like it's just the worst thing in the world. I just don't understand it. I feel like people did that a lot with Jimmy Garoppolo too.
Prepared to point out a mistake that he made?
Yeah, like if I sat down and watched the game with somebody, we can go through 6-7 straight plays where he did the right thing or did something good. And then the second he missed the throw or threw an interception. See, that's why you just can't win with him. You can't win with him because he does. Okay, well, I'm watching this game over here, and this guy, he threw 2 interceptions himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm watching I'm just throwing out a name. Like, I'm not saying he's on the same level. Drew Brees. What? Drew Brees just threw 3 picks last week.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not allowed to throw interceptions? Is that what? I just don't understand the way people analyze the game in that respect.
You're listening to DeLo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live and free on the Odyssey app. A couple of other 49ers notes that are coming in from Adam Schefter right now. Elijah Mitchell placed on the injured reserve list, and 49ers are signing former Texans running back Marlon Mack to their practice squad. So that's interesting. They're signing Marlon Mack to their practice squad. It's cool. You need the running. That's fine. I expect to see Davis Price this weekend. And if we don't, I've got questions. Like, I've got some questions. Kyle's banned from the draft if we don't see Davis Price come up this weekend.
I mean, it'd be completely unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. So I expect to see him as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see Jordan Mason as well. I think this past week he only carried 2 running backs, and then you got Juszczyk as well. But I don't know. I don't know.
I'm not sure if Jeff Wilson's it.
I don't think he is either. I think you're better off trying to go with some of these young guys. Jeff Wilson, I like the way he runs from time to time, and when he gets in the zone, he does fine. But
it's just he can't find that zone very often, though.
Right, and especially now since 2020 when he had the bad ankle injury, and then last year he tore his meniscus. I don't think he's the same player that he was in 2020 when he was very serviceable as a runner. So I would give the rookie a bunch of looks. Both for the rookies. They're both rookies. I'd give them a bunch of looks. I'd still have Wilson around, and I'd probably have him as RB1, to start and see what happens. But yeah, I'm with you on that one. I feel
like the running back position translates pretty easily. Like, just throw Davis Price out there and let him be the primary back. If you think if you see some weaknesses in that Seattle offensive line, or you think you can get an explosive play from Jeff Wilson, then I'm all down with it. I just can't remember the last time we saw an explosive play from Jeff Wilson. It might have been the one in which he tore his MCL. It might have been that play, because if I recall correctly, he did it in the end zone, didn't he?
It was on the way to the end zone. It was like a 13-yard run. Yeah. And then somebody came and got him at the knee. So
I'm gonna ask you this question. This one's been on my mind for at least an hour. And it actually, not trying to be funny, it actually ties into something Mac Jones-Joe said earlier, and even in the text he sent us about expectations and all that. Is it fair to have Super Bowl expectations for a team like the San Francisco 49ers with an inexperienced quarterback like Trey Lance?
Absolutely. Okay.
Well, thank you for tuning in today, folks.
And people keep asking this question, and I keep explaining it to you the same way.
Don't raise your voice at me.
And you guys act like it's just unfathomable to have this outlook. And I keep coming back to the same thing. Super Bowl aspirations. That means getting to the Super Bowl, possibly winning it. You're playing in the weakest NFC I can remember. I said repeatedly, if the Niners were in the AFC, I would not have the same Super Bowl aspirations. There's too many good teams in the AFC. The gauntlet is too tough to take a guy like Trey Lance and just say, hey, you can beat Josh Allen. You can beat Patrick Mahomes. You could beat Lamar Jackson and all these, and Herbert. You can do that and win. No, that's too tough. In the NFC, it's absolutely possible because there's not a dominant team, and there's not a team in the NFC that I look at and say the Niners can't win because they have Trey Lance at quarterback.
But I didn't ask if it was possible. I asked if it was fair.
Yeah, it's fair because the NFC's weak.
So you're telling Trey Lance, so is that a pep talk from Kyle Shanahan? Like, hey, don't worry. One, our team is really good. We'll be able to make up for your mistakes. Plus, our conference is ass. So just don't blow the games for us, and we'll have an opportunity to win in the postseason.
That's not how that conversation would go if I were Kyle Shanahan.
But I guess the point that I'm getting at is how many times does you could point out your Brad Johnsons and your Dilfers and all of these other, random once every 10-year type quarterbacks that stink, but wind up on a Super Bowl because you have one of the top defenses of the last decade on the team. I'm talking about a player who was playing in essentially their first season.
Mm-hmm.
Is there can you think of a team? Because I feel like the 49ers, it's a rather extraordinary circumstance, isn't it? A team that went to the Super Bowl, injury after injury after injury after injury. The following year really knocks you out of contention, gets you in a decent draft spot. You decide to go all in to move up and draft a quarterback. Your pieces that got you to the Super Bowl are still in place.
Mm-hmm.
You're just going to replace that piece under center at some point. That some point is this year. I can't think of a time. I don't remember, and maybe they did. I honestly don't remember. They probably did. But Patrick Mahomes is probably the only the guy who stepped in and was like, no, we expect to be a Super Bowl caliber team this year.
The two that come to mind are Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson. And we talked about it. And Lamar,
go ahead. I'll let you finish.
I think a Super Bowl contender.
But Lamar didn't start.
No,
Lamar came in when Joe Flacco burned the house down.
Right. I'm talking about the next year.
Okay.
The following year.
Okay.
Remember, that was Lamar's rookie year when he came in for Joe Flacco.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm talking about the next season. I think he had about a handful of starts that rookie year. And
I mean, I think it was more than it was like 6. I think he won
five or six.
To get them, he got them to the playoffs.
Right. Trey had 2 or 3 starts last year. So it's not a direct correlation, but it's in the same ballpark.
Okay. It's fair. That's good.
And the biggest one is probably Patrick Mahomes. That's the closest one.
Well, that's been the eternal comparison.
Right.
Alex Smith is Jimmy Garoppolo and Patrick Mahomes is Trey Lance.
Right. Now, the reason why there aren't a lot of comparisons, and to be honest with you, it feels like that might be the only one, is because of the team around them. You just don't see this often. You don't see a team with a roster that's supposed to be as top-notch as the 49ers having a rookie come in and play, or a second-year guy come in and play, or have the rookie be on the team. They let him sit for the whole year, and then they give him the reins the second year. You just don't see that. So typically when people talk about like, oh, rookies aren't going to the Super Bowl, like when does it ever happen? You're right. That's because they usually play for the Jets.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that. Yeah. That's a huge reason why it never happens.
And then you're traded in 2 years.
Right. So, yeah, the rookies don't typically do that because they're usually on bad teams. Trey isn't a rookie anymore. He's a second-year guy, but still, like, he's in a unique situation.
And that's what, like, Trey's the weight on Trey Lance's shoulders is so much greater than that on Justin Fields. Or I know he's not playing Zach Wilson, or even Mac Jones. Like because of the caliber of team. I mean, Mac Jones might be the closest, but because of the caliber of team that the San Francisco 49ers are, and I think it's amplified because Jimmy Garoppolo's still on the roster, which is a weird dynamic to the whole thing. I mean, it was weird for Baltimore. You got Joe Flacco there on the bench. Joe Flacco, he was just on the bench. Like he was hurt. He had been healthy for a week. Oh, you couldn't win a game when he was starting, but there was a call for him to replace Lamar Jackson going into the playoff game, despite the fact Lamar Jackson had won all of those regular season games to actually get Baltimore to the playoffs. There's a weird dynamic when that veteran familiar with the team is just sitting there like, hey, what's happening? I'm here. I'll have me.
So it's a unique situation. And one, to be honest with you, that, like I said, if people have other examples, please let me know, because I was trying to think and I couldn't think of anything other than Patrick. And maybe I kind of reached for Lamar. You know what I mean? Those are only two that off the top of my head are comparable. So if you want to go by that history, then yes, it's completely fair to say Trey Lance. Because if you're going by that scenario, a second-year guy going to a Super Bowl ready roster, they usually do pretty damn good. They get to the playoffs and they do pretty good. If you want to go by that history, if you just want to say a young quarterback in general, obviously the odds are.
No, but that wasn't the question. The question wasn't about a young quarterback. The question was about a young quarterback on a Super Bowl caliber team.
Then they typically do good. Pretty, unless I'm missing signs.
No,
they do good almost all the time.
I can't. The thing is, the sample size probably isn't very large because it's an extreme circumstance. That was Patrick Mahomes' second year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Lamar's circumstance was a lot different than Patrick Mahomes and what Trey Lance was, in that he had to start. Roughly halfway through the season, and that gave him quite a bit of experience headed into the second year that he had. So no, it's fair to cut it off there. I can't think of any more, but that was the question. The question was the expectations on the Super Bowl team. Now, I think it poses another question about the 49ers. We look at the depth of we look at the roster. And we know what's there. We talk about Nick Bosa. We talk about George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, all these different things. God knows we love Kyle Shanahan. That was a very liberal use of the word "we," by the way. But like they worked to get they worked to get to the playoffs. Like, it was 6-7 straight games that they had to win, or 6-1, or. They had to win a whole lot more games than they lost down that final stretch of the season. It was more than 6 games. What was it? 3-5 is what their record was. So the final
7 of their 7-2 in the last 9 games.
So you had to have an extraordinary finish. You were playing in playoff games moving forward. And did that fool us into something, that thinking that the 49ers maybe they're not that?
I don't
like
think
we
so.
saw a sample size last year of a 3-5 team and a 7-2 team.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think what they showed at the end in the second half of the season is more indicative of who they are. Like, that's that, because only thing that happened was because coming into the season, we thought they had a really good roster. We thought the team was good. They started off 2-0, then they end up losing 4 of their next 5. And it was a bunch of different things. It wasn't personnel related. Like, there was some injuries. The secondary was in question. I kept talking about how they kept losing the turn. They kept turning the ball over and kept having issues with penalties. Right?
Sounds familiar.
And once they cleaned that up, then they were able to win games. Like, so it's not a personnel issue. It was an execution issue last year. And I think that's more the case so far in week 1. In week 1, it wasn't more so about the personnel. It was the lack of execution. And I think it's the same story. Same story this year. One thing I will say, and I wanted to touch on a little bit, we could ask Eric Crocker about it. But and this is my guy. This is my guy. It's not shade or anything like that.
Oh, here comes some shade.
I expect more from Deebo Samuel. I didn't think he played well in that game. And specifically, like, when you talk about running and stuff like that, I mean, that happens. I talked about how people are anticipating the run when he's in the backfield, whatever the case may be. But in a situation to score, you got to hold on to that football. And it wasn't even, I know it's tough conditions and all this other stuff, but man, I need Deebo to hold on to that. I think he had a couple of drops too. I need more. Fair or unfair, and I'm not doing this, but you're in a different light now. After everything that was stirred up in this offseason, it's not, cute little rookie contract Deebo no more. You made some demands, you created some stir. All right, the lights are on you now. I need you to perform like what you expected to be paid. than what you ultimately were paid. So I need Debo, and I do anticipate and expect him to play better than what he did in week 1. I don't think that's what we're going to see from Debo all year or too much at all anymore for the rest of the season.
It's kind of the curse of having just played one game.
Right.
We're reacting to it because it's all we can react to. But if we're being fair, and this isn't about wins or losses, this is about individual assessments. I think it's difficult to assess much that came out of that game, given the conditions. I think it's difficult. I don't disagree with everything that you just said about Debo, but I'm also not going to be too hard on him. I'm not going to be too hard on any player in that game. I think the one that I'm most frustrated with, quite honestly, is Kyle Shanahan. And I pointed this out. I think it was during the commercial break. If I'm repeating myself on the radio show, my sincerest apologies. But you nailed this 2 years ago. You said Kyle Shanahan is really good when his game plan is put in play and nothing messes it up. If he could just execute his game plan as laid out, no variables change, no pieces change. Like he is a master at that. But if you throw one wrench in there that changes things up, it feels like it completely falls apart. That wrench on Sunday was the loss of Elijah Mitchell. It felt like their running game died when Elijah Mitchell left. And a lot of that I hold at the feet of Kyle Shanahan. We know you're a running team. We know you're a running coach. We know that's your thing. How were you not prepared for this, given your running backs always get hurt? Like, how could you not have guessed this? So I think if there's one person I'm going to put the blame on, and even that, it's still a little bit limited, I'm going to put a lot of it on Kyle. I don't think penalties are a condition of the weather, though.
No, I don't think so either. I also, and you'll put it on Kyle, I'm going to the defense. I expect the defense. The defense gave up 19 unanswered. I mean, against the Bears.
No argument.
They're better than that. That defense is better than that. And they've been hyped up by myself and others all off season. And you give up 19 unanswered in the second half to the Chicago Bears. It's unacceptable. They should have won that game.
Our man Crocky was there, Eric Crocker of the Locked On 49ers podcast. We will talk to him when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I'm gonna get it
eighth round. I meant to post the one from yesterday. I'm slipping. Where we at though? 13th round. It's your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Big ups to my main man, Ryan. Shout out to Joe Vaughn, always doing what he does. Big ups to him. And we had a little bit of news. Now, I'm not exactly sure what this means. I will say this. I'm not exactly sure what this means because I don't think it necessarily means contracts are signed. But we got word that Anthony Joshua has agreed and accepted terms for a Tyson Fury fight on December 3rd. And I like I said, I'm not sure exactly what that means. It's not signed, sealed, delivered, or whatever. We have we've got reports that Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua, the broadcaster situation is looking extremely positive. So it's not saying it's a done deal. It's saying it's looking extremely positive. It's telling me that there's still things that have to be worked out. But I look at this fight and I look at Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua, and I just don't think Anthony Joshua has what it takes to beat Tyson Fury. I hope he does. I'll be rooting for Anthony. I'll be rooting for AJ. But I just don't know if he's got what it takes mentally and emotionally to beat a guy like Tyson Fury. And I come around to continue to say, I've been critical of Tyson Fury. I made no bones or I haven't hidden the fact that I don't like him. But he's one of the great heavyweights of all time. He is the best heavyweight by far in boxing today. And it's going to take a special, special talent to be able to knock him off that throne. And I just don't know if AJ is that talent. I don't think he's that guy. And I don't think he has the skills. And like I said, I don't know if he has the emotional stability in that ring, in the trenches, to be able to knock off Tyson Fury. So if it happens on December 3rd, that's great. That's fine. Good to see it. I eventually want to see Usyk versus Fury because I think Usyk deserves that opportunity. But if we get Fury and AJ on December 3rd, cool. Be looking forward to it. That's the 13th round. Yeah. I'll watch it. I don't know. I'll check it out. He's not that good. That's the thing. Yeah. He's just not that good. I mean, he's not a guy you think about even the heavyweights and knockout power and stuff. Like AJ, he ain't really knocking people out like that. Like, yes. And he needs to get back to his raw, rugged roots. Ramsey, I saw you earlier getting upset saying people were disrespecting the Bears and they played in the conditions too. Said it a number of different times. The Bears made enough plays to win the game. You don't take anything away from that. But to act like for you to act like the elements didn't play a factor in either one of their performance, that's just being a little ridiculous. It really is. Like, I don't think Justin Fields is as bad as what he showed on Sunday. I think he's a better passer and a better quarterback than what he showed. The elements have something to do with it. Like, come on, you're doing a little too much talking about, they played in it too. Like, yeah, they played in it. They made better plays. They end up winning the game. But don't act like the elements mean nothing. Come on. I agree. Yeah.
Live on Twitch as well, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320.
And real quick, because we got more football coming up. I do want to say this because I just did the 13th round for the people that stream, and you can check that out on YouTube, and I'll put it on my Twitters and things of that nature. So 13th round is in there.
Twitters? You got multiple.
I'm getting old. I'm getting old. You put the plural on everything. The Twitters. But Aldrin Dre brings up a great point because on the 13th round, I only talk boxing. I don't talk MMA. And he says, I know you ain't an MMA guy, KC, but give a shout out to my guy, Nate Diaz, and give love for the king of the 209. Absolutely, man. Shout out to the Stockton Slap. Shout out to our guy, Nate Diaz. Always love for him. Big ups for sure, man.
One of the things I love about the Diaz brothers the most is, particularly Nate, is he's always good for one moment during a fight that will just live with him. Like there's the moment where he's like standing on the side of the cage. Like he's just got so many great moments where you're like, yeah, that's the Nate Diaz moment of the fight right there. That's the one that'll live.
I always had love for Nate because he's from the area.
Oh, yeah.
Man, when he beat Connor, bruh, and beat the crap out of him too. I was like, that's my guy right there. He's goated forever because of that one when he slapped up Connor.
I get the feeling you're not a Conor McGregor fan.
No redeemable qualities.
None at all. Let's welcome in our guy, Eric Crocker, host of the Locked On 49ers podcast. Crocky, yo, man, how was Chicago?
It was dope, man. That was my first time really kind of being out there. I played a game there in 2012, but didn't really get to do a whole lot of tourist type stuff. But me and my brother, man, we were out there and we had a good time. Great city. Downtown. Now people be like, you didn't go to the south side. No, I did not go to the south side or whatever. I was downtown, but it was beautiful. Nice little scenery. Got the water right there. Got the bars. Got the sports. The sports scene was immaculate, better than anything I could have imagined. So it was a good time, man. Until Sunday, of course.
Man, in every way, because it seemed like it was great weather until Sunday, and then we got a monsoon out of nowhere on Sunday. This is something that's been debated about on this show for since Sunday, pretty much, and that's the effect that the weather had on both teams. Like the Bears played in it too. But do you think that the weather affected the way Kyle Shanahan called that game and kind of, I always say it's the great equalizer, that rain on Sunday. It was the great equalizer. Whereas if we're on a dry field, maybe the Niners easily handle the Bears. But if you put everybody in the same element, you put them in mud and rain and stuff like that, it brings the Bears a little closer to the 49ers. Do you think it affected the play calling or the way they played at all?
I think the biggest thing that affected the 49ers were those penalties where they're getting off the field on third down and they do something that keeps the drive going. And I think the Bears had 2 drives for touchdowns that really they were stopped. I think they even gave up on the drive. They were running the ball on 3rd and 8. They're like, we just want to punt. And you face mask and everything else 49ers did. I think that ultimately is what led to the loss more than anything else. So kind of being a little bit more undisciplined. Now, of course, the weather plays a factor in the sense of it does make it tougher on both teams, whether you're a quarterback, running back, maybe not so much receiver because you know where you're going, but definitely like defensive backs. It can be a little bit more difficult trying to adjust, trying to make sure that you keep your footing. But the wet ball, whatever, I was there. I mean, it rained it rained pretty much the whole time, except for that fourth quarter. It was more of a monsoon. And we got that. So real quick, about an hour before the game, it was raining all morning. So I said, okay, I'm not tailgating. I'm not doing any of that. This is crazy. I walked downstairs about an hour before the kickoff. Crazy rain. I mean, just monsoon. I said, I'm not going to this game. And my brother said, dude, we done came all the way out here. We have to go to this game. We have to experience this stadium. So I said, all right. So we walked to the stadium in the rain. So the rain, I mean, it was really bad early. It kind of lightened up a little bit as the game went on. And it was kind of like on and off where there was kind of hard rain, light rain, and then it just was a monsoon towards the end. But the field conditions were really terrible. But again, that's for both teams, not just the 49ers.
Right.
Proper introduction here as we just kind of dove into things. Eric Crocker, ESPN 1320 analyst and host of the Locked On 49ers podcast. I couldn't wait to dive into the podcast after the game against Chicago and hear your assessment on Trey Lance. And your thoughts are aligned with Kenny's and I quite a bit in that Trey didn't play that bad.
Well, I guess that depends on who you ask, because the national media right now, they're killing the kid, and he's the worst quarterback ever, and he just can't play football at all.
Yeah, apparently he's got 1 week before he loses the job to Jimmy.
Man, I saw a kid who definitely there's some plays that he would like to have back. There was some misses. Obviously, the early in the game, it was like kind of like that tight end leak that they do. He threw the ball to Tyler Croft, and he discussed it. He said, I tried to throw the perfect ball. I should have just put it on him, right? I don't have to lead him into the end zone or anything, just get him the ball. And he kind of did that later on to Juwan Jennings. So he had that miss, and there were a couple other misses. You could see maybe the ball got away from him. Could be a slippery ball because of the moisture and all that type of stuff. But overall, there were some throws where I was extremely impressed with how he was throwing in the conditions. So what we saw late, especially in the fourth quarter, where it got real erratic, I was expecting to see more of that throughout the game and was very impressed with how he threw the ball early on. He made some tight window throws. I thought he did some really good stuff from the pocket. He made a layered throw to Ray McCloud in the third quarter, in the second quarter, where I thought that was probably one of the better throws he'll make all year. Yeah. And with my angle that I had, I was kind of aligned, kind of like the back of it. It's hard to explain, but I was kind of aligned with kind of the way the ball was traveling. Yeah. And I see where he throws the ball, but all I see is 3 defenders. And I'm like, oh my gosh, he let this ball get away from him. It's about to get picked off. And then I see Ray McCloud come out of nowhere, catch the ball. And I looked at my brother like, bro, did you just see that throw? So he has this big time ability. We saw the ability to stretch the field. I'd say a lot of the things that people wanted to see when it's like, oh, you draft this guy, big arm, has the mobility, can make different throws that maybe Jimmy Garoppolo won't attempt. Well, we saw all that. Now, there is a certain level of inconsistency, so can you get him to be more consistent, right? But the ability is there. 3rd down and 13, he takes off, picks up a first down with his legs. Another 3rd down and long, he picks up 9 yards, 1 yard shy. Kyle Shanahan elects to punt the ball as opposed to go for it. That was very questionable even in the moment. So I thought Trey Lance showed a lot of grit, a lot of good things. Ultimately didn't result in the win, but you come back and you improve on some of the misses and keep getting better. But how people are talking about it in the media, that's probably one thing. I'm like, what are these people talking about? What game did they watch?
Yeah, I don't understand it, man. I really don't understand it. I watched the same game you did, and like it was perfect, like you just talked about. He wasn't great. Like he left some plays out there, but he also made some plays. And one of the frustrations that I have with Kyle Shanahan, I'm a big Kyle Shanahan believer. I think he's a great coach, but he's not perfect. Nobody is, right? And he has some Achilles heels. One of them is I feel like he gets a little too conservative in the play call. And Crocky, help me out with this one because you understand the game on a different level. You see things on a different level. It felt in the play actions and in some of the dropbacks when they would push the ball down the field, and that was maybe the primary read, whether it was the Croft or the Ray McLeod or the Jawan Jennings. Ayuk had a couple of crossing patterns where he was wide open. Seemed like they were successful. And it felt like they didn't go back to those type of plays enough. He was doing little things where he would try and hit the tight end screen and the tunnel screen to Debo. And then I'd like to see Kyle let him push the ball down the field a little bit more. Am I just kind of being impatient with all of that? And there were more attempts like that, or is it really a thing where Kyle kind of was a little more close to the vest than we would have liked?
Again, you talked about the times where they were able to push the ball down the field, and you definitely like that and want to see that be more consistent, at least from the play calling standpoint. But I think he tried to give his offense and Trey Lance some gimmies. Whereas, okay, we have hit those crossers, we have hit some deep balls. Now let's just get the ball in a playmaker's hand and get a cheap little 5 yards, 6 yards. Well, unfortunately, they weren't able to connect for various reasons. I saw one time they just really jumped the screen, and he had to kind of just throw the ball into the dirt because if you try to throw it to a guy, it might be picked. There was another time where they did jump it, and it got tipped by a defensive lineman who jumped the screen. He just went right into the lane, and there was another DB coming, so that could have been terrible as well. So I think he was just trying to get some, hey, let's just get some gimmies or get the ball in some playmakers' hands, and the Bears were kind of all over that. So when it doesn't work, I think we notice more than the times when he does call those screens, and you see a guy just pick up a cheap 8 yards.
Right.
But when it doesn't work, it looks pretty bad.
You think that was more about protecting Trey Lance in this situation, or was that more about like the elements, like the dealing with the weather in that game?
I think that's just more about just offense in today's day and age, right? I mean, look what he did out the gate. You had an end around with Brandon Ayuk right away. You had the shovel pass to Debo right away, get him out on the edge. So you see some different things where they were trying to stretch the field, use sideline to sideline. Then they came right off of those two plays with the big crosser to Brandon Ayuk for, I believe it was like a 31-yard gain. So I think a lot of it is setting things up. But in today's day and age, you want to get your easy yardage as well. And I think a screen is an easy way to do it when it's blocked up correctly. But if a guy misses, and I think Ayuk might have missed on one of those blocks, guy come in clean, it can just blow the whole play up.
Yeah. Let me ask you about the receivers here too, because I got two criticisms of the way Sunday played out. Number one, and I guess I don't want to make this a criticism because it's one game, it was in some elements, but I want to see Debo play a little better. I mean, the fumble was a big play that took points off the board. And he's human. He's going to fumble the ball. It happens. But man, that was just tough. That was tough. That was a tough play to see. And I want to see. I think he had a couple drops in the game as well. So I want to see him play better. And then take me through the mind of a play caller again here, because I look at everything that we read and we saw from Brandon Ayuk all summer and the camp that he had, and for him to only have 2 targets. Is there a situation where, and once again, this is a basketball player, maybe it's too simplistic, but if I'm Kyle Shanahan or Trey Lance, I got 7 plays that are Brandon Ayuk plays. And if I just need to get him some touches and get him involved in the game, I can go to any of these 7 plays. And I got to make sure I get him some touches. Is there like a Brandon Ayuk play package or something like that they could have went to? Like 2 targets seems a little crazy for a guy that is supposed to be, one of your better players on the team.
Yeah, well, they had a third one, but it got wiped out for them calling the offensive pass interference on that call too. So, there was that one, and again, I thought Trey Lance delivered a nice catchable ball, especially considering the weather. Threw it; it was good timing. Ayuk caught it, and they called offensive pass interference. So that one gets wiped out. But I definitely think that there is a scenario where they can get him more involved. And I remember thinking even before the 2021 season, there should be no game where Debo Samuel doesn't get 8 touches. And George Kittle doesn't get 8 touches. And I think right now, especially when you don't have George Kittle out there, it should be Deebo Samuel, make sure he gets his 8 touches. Brandon Ayuk, make sure he gets his 8 touches. Whether it's a run game in there or, like the end around like we saw, screens, anything you can do, he needs to get 8 targets at the very least, or attempts at touches. So that is something that I would like to see them continue to build off of. We saw that early on as well. In 2021 with Brandon Ayuk, where the opportunities just weren't quite there. And when he did have opportunities, I thought he did a good job. You see him against the Packers. I want to say that was week 3. He runs that little squirrel route where he kind of pushes up, corner route, sits it down, catches a touchdown on Jair Alexander. He has the type of ability to really be able to win, but I think sometimes just the way with Kyle Shanahan, the way he sees the field and the way he calls plays, I don't think he calls plays to say, you know what, my receiver Brandon Ayuk is just better than your DB, so we're going to attack that. To me, it feels like almost like within his scheme, if he sees a mismatch, okay, we can get this linebacker to suck up on the play action, and we're just going to hit something behind him, and that could be Juszczyk, that could be Kittle, that could be Deebo, that could be Ayuk, it could be anybody, as opposed to force feeding, I guess you could say, one guy. I mean, they did the same thing with George Kittle down the stretch of last season. There were several games where he's getting 2 targets, 1 target, 3 targets. But earlier, or kind of late in the year, he had 2 games where he had they were kind of back to back, where he had like 12 targets in one, 15 in the other. And he was going crazy. So it's like, how come he doesn't get those kind of targets more consistently? Not saying it has to be to that magnitude, but how do you go from 12 and 15 to 2 to 1? I think that's a little ridiculous. I think they definitely can get Ayuk more involved, make more of an assertiveness to do that.
We should get those touches at the running back position. Elijah Mitchell's out the next 8 weeks. It feels like it's Jeff Wilson, but I don't know that should be the call. But we saw the Marlon Mack signing today. We didn't see either of the rookies on the roster. Like, what do you think happens headed into the Seahawks game?
So this is tough. I would have liked to see them kind of address the receiver position. I don't know what you could do now, but the reason for that is I'd probably use Deebo a lot more in the backfield. Like, he is your best runner right now from the backfield, the most explosive guy that you have, and you can mix in other guys. And I hate to take Deebo away from playing receiver because that's what he is, right? He's a receiver, but now he has taken on that mindset of, hey, I'm a wide back. I think he's more back than wide. I got that from my guy, Brian Peacock, right? Where you just figure out different ways to get the ball in his hands from that backfield because he's your most explosive player. He has great vision, and you get him on that dry field out there in Santa Clara. Hopefully it doesn't rain or anything. Dude's going to go crazy. So I know a lot of people are thinking, oh, man, it might be, Ty Davis Price, or it might be Wilson. It might be the rookie Jordan Mason. I'm thinking like, man, I need to get Deebo about 12 to 13 carries.
Is that more likely if Kittle's back?
It could be, because that could be another pass catcher for you, right?
Right.
And you've seen some of these other guys definitely contribute. I believe Jawan Jennings led the team in receiving yards. We saw Ray McLeod. He made a little appearance. And then you have Ayuk, and now you add Kittle to that. So I think with all those guys ready to go, locked and loaded, I think you can create more of a game plan to where Deebo is in the backfield more. Not saying it has to be every down, right, but he's a guy I would definitely look to get more touches out of the backfield because he's just so explosive.
Eric Crocker from the Locked On 49ers podcast does a great job with that every single day. Let's go to your side of the ball, Crocky, because for everything that we talked about with Trey Lance and everything that went on with Deebo and all this other stuff, for better or for worse, I thought the offense and Kyle Shanahan, that part of the ball, I thought they did enough considering everything that we felt about this defense coming into the season. And to be honest with you, everything we saw from them in the first half of this game, they were dominant. They didn't allow anything. And I deem it completely unacceptable for a defense that talented and that good to give up 19 unanswered to the Bears in the second half to lose the game. I mean, I'm not really into the finger pointing or anything, but I'll just say the Niners defense, I expect so much more than what happened in that second half. What did you see? Did it really just come down to like 2 plays and maybe 2 other bad penalties on their part that cost them the game, or was there more of a breakdown in that second half?
I think that had I think that had a big hand in it, right? You talk about the 2 plays, the busted play that ended up being a touchdown by Catman Dante Pettis. You also had the busted play when St. Brown, Equanimous St. Brown scored a touchdown in the middle of the field. And you saw what that did to Hufanga. It made him have to kind of pause because somebody left a crosser wide open. So there was busted plays all over in that secondary at certain different times. But, ultimately, man, I expected a little more, and I think they did a good job. Like, I'd say overall, they played well enough to win. But then when the circumstances kind of kicked in, you needed them to be a little bit better. And I thought for the most part, they were outside of a few plays. So they tested Travarius Ward several times deep. I thought he did a tremendous job. Even on the play they called holding on him, whatever, it was straps in my opinion. I saw that. I thought the cornerbacks played very well. I thought the linebackers, for the most part, they did their thing, but there were just a few hiccups that really hurt them. And it seemed like Dre Greenlaw, I don't want to put the finger either, but he kind of was he was probably around a couple of those plays where you can kind of point to him as to, you kind of hurt the 49ers a little bit. You needed more from the offense, but when you can't get more from the offense, can you get more from the defense? I definitely thought they had an opportunity, but, mistakes, you can't have that.
Yeah.
Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers. We appreciate it. By the way, Nathaniel Hackett just dropped the my bad. It's like, yeah, probably should have gone for it last night. Probably should have gone for it on 4th and 5 last night.
Hey, at least he admitted that, because a lot of coaches just say, hey, the analytics told us to do this, or, they say things like that. But he said, you know what? Yeah, I do it different next time.
No harm, no foul. We move on to who they play, the Texans. Move on to Houston. We're on to Houston.
We appreciate you, Crocky. Thanks, man.
Take care.
All right. Hey, and shout out to all my 209 folks in there, man. I see my Stockton people in the chat, man. Shout out to all y'all.
They love hearing from you when you pull up, man. They know you. They know you Stockton. They know what's up, man. So they love hearing.
Yeah. All right, y'all have a good one, man. Thanks for having me on.
Take care.
That's Eric Crocker right there. Again, Locked On 49ers. Check that out. One of the many great 49ers podcasts out there. I always look forward to hearing his thoughts, especially immediately after the game, because he could speak from a perspective that we can't speak from. He could speak from the perspective of a former player, and I love getting his thoughts on the defensive side of the ball. So I'm glad you threw those questions in there. We're going to have to shift our attention to Seattle here in the coming days. We should find out. Well, we won't definitively find out George Kittle's availability tomorrow, but we should have a pretty good idea as to what George Kittle's availability will be for this weekend. By the time we take the air tomorrow, as practice will be going on, and we'll know if George Kittle is out there practicing or not. Yeah. What are some of the positive takeaways from this Bears game before we throw the dirt on it and move forward? What can you take away that you can go, that's positive right there? That's a good thing for the 49ers.
This is going to sound a little crazy, especially in this day and age, where they didn't get the victory. They lost to a Bears team that I like to think they're better than, but I didn't think they played that bad. Like, I didn't watch that game and thought it was just a disaster and they don't look ready. I promise you, I said this to myself. Like I said, I didn't tweet it, so I guess it's not real.
It's right. Not real. If you had tweeted it, it would have been real, because Twitter's real.
In the sometime in the first half, like late in the second quarter, I was watching and I was texting my own boy, and I was like, man, I seen kind of what I needed to see. This is a good team. They are who we thought they were. They're just in this rain right now. Weird things happen in the rain, turnovers, all that. I'm not going to necessarily hold against them the outcome, in part because of the conditions. When things were drier and everything, I saw that's a good team. That defense is crazy. Front four gets pressured by themselves. The secondary looks good. The linebackers are as advertised. Trey's cool. Trey, there's not a problem with Trey. I looked at that team and I said, they're fine. They're fine. I just pray at that time, and this was before it got to 10-7. Then I was really praying and saying Hail Marys. I was like, I just pray they get out of here with nothing crazy happening, injury or a loss. They didn't get out of there without anything crazy happening. They lost the game. So
And Elijah Mitchell got injured.
Yeah, and Elijah Mitchell got it, right? So they didn't get out of there like that. But aside from a handful of plays, I thought they played all right. I thought they played fine. I thought they played good. They showed who they are. And that's the positive I can take out of it. I didn't come out of that game thinking like, whoa, this team is far from what I thought they were. Like, I think they're fine. I think they're a good team. They took a bad loss, and I expect them to have the group to be able to rebound from this.
I thought, was it Detroit last year? Was that week 1?
Yeah.
I thought the win against Detroit last year was more concerning than this loss to Chicago, because that was a wild one where it was difficult to, like, yeah, you completely, like, you couldn't walk away with the same confidence in the defense.
Yeah.
The defense blowing that lead late. But I'm similar to you. I'm not going to encompass the entire team with this. I'll pick 2 individuals. Trey showed me enough. Trey showed me enough during the game. Trey showed me enough post game to believe I think this team's going to be fine with him at the quarterback position. I think he's going to be a fine quarterback for this team. How good he'll be this year, I have no idea. But I still think the ceiling is the roof for Trey Lance. I think there's a lot ahead for him. And different expectations for these 2 individuals. I would have liked to have seen it continue a little later into the game, but Nick Bosa, broke through that line. He got a sack there at the end of the first quarter. Created some issues at the game as the game went along. And given that, I assume probably 16 more times the offensive line's main focal point is going to be Nick Bosa. I thought he did a good job of creating pressure on Justin Fields, and I think he's in for that season that a lot of people are expecting him to have. Like, he is a popular pick for Defensive Player of the Year. And as frustrating as the outcome of that game was, I saw a lot from Nick Bosa where it's like, yeah, he might pull that off this year.
Yeah, man. I love what I saw from him. I love what I saw from a lot of that defensive line. And I think they're just fine. They end up losing the game, man. And that happens. You tip your hat to Chicago.
We need to see 60 minutes on Sunday.
We need to see 60 minutes for sure. And this is why I hate football and why I love and hate football, because more than, in my opinion, any other sport, momentum, I feel like when you're watching it sometimes, you see things going on and you're like, oh, no, that changed the whole game. We might be in the second quarter. You don't really see, like in basketball, like a turnover changing the whole game.
Right.
But in football, like, we're the better team or whatever. We got this in hand, and pick 6. Now it's 10-7, and everything changes. And they weren't able to escape that on Sunday. Like I continue to say, Bears made plays. They made they took advantage of the mistakes that the 49ers made. They went out and they won that game, man. So I'll be hoping the same thing doesn't happen on this Sunday. Like, they're better than the Seahawks. Like you said, play 60 minutes, take care of business. You should handle that.
All right, that Bears game is behind us. We'll come back. We'll move forward. We'll look at some other NFL stuff, including some interesting remarks from we'll look at some other NFL stuff and unrelated to the NFL. Some interesting stuff from Steph Curry in GQ magazine. We'll touch on that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320. One day I'll learn how to talk.
Be right back.
You make the switch as you step away.
Got you.
I'm gonna pot you down. In Seattle? Oh, Russell Westbrook. Oh man. That's a cold world. Cold world. Oh man, Stockton meetup. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. I didn't see one single solitary second of Raw last night. I have no clue what happened. I was so locked into that game and the things we got going on today. I didn't see anything. I think I went to the Observer earlier, or the Observer website, and I think the big storyline was the Judgment Day took out Edge. So did Dominic officially join Judgment Day? Because he hadn't done that yet. Yeah, I didn't think so either. I didn't think so either. Lashley versus Rollins for the U.S. title next week. Yeah, I missed everything yesterday. Hi, IPH. What's happening? Yeah, not a very good house show, Tim. Sorry, man. I'm behind. I'll try to catch up on Raw tonight. Wonder how long this AEW stuff is going to take. I hope they don't take as long as the NBA and Robert Sarver did, because I did read a story, for whatever it's worth, about the Young Bucks sending out feelers to the WWE over the summer, which is comical. Maybe my guy Tony Khan should learn. Hey, let's not make wrestlers with expiring contracts executive vice presidents. Might be a bad idea. Might be a bad idea. I don't think it's going to fail. They have the most important things. They have money and they have a network. They've just got to get control of the organization a little bit. Yeah, losing Cody was that was tough. Yeah, you can't lose the Young Bucks. Like, you can't lose the guys who created the company or were a big part. I know the Young Bucks were big independent stars, not taking anything away from them. I don't think anyone had any more a greater influence on AEW starting than Cody. That's why I didn't want him to go back. Oh, the chatty house in a corn maze. That'd be funny. We need one of them drones to film it from above. We absolutely need that. We'd absolutely need that. Yeah, it definitely worked out prior to that injury. I hope he's got to be close to coming back, doesn't he?
I think Jesse said it. I like the idea of Cody being the one to beat Roman.
Yeah.
That's the Hey, I know people are gonna think it's crazy, especially after last week. Like, this is the thing that's just really crazy. No, people are gonna think it's crazy. You may even think it's crazy because when I tried to bring this up one time before, a couple weeks ago, you were like, "Stop it, you're doing too much." Took Reese to school this morning.
Mm-hmm.
I had the Jordan zip-up hoodie on. No cap. I went outside to the car.
Oh.
And I had a t-shirt on.
Mm-hmm.
Got to the car. It was a little chilly outside.
Mm-hmm.
Had the Jordan zip-up hoodie this morning. Crazy.
That's okay.
Crazy.
That's all right. No, that's fair. When you said it like 2 weeks ago and it was like 73 at 8 o'clock, I was like, come on, fam. Like, stop it.
It was chilly that morning.
It was not chilly.
It was like 62 where I was at.
The funny thing for me is I love that you act like I'm broadcasting from some off planet when you do that. But the funny thing was we had that conversation and I remember walking there like, come on, Kenny, sucker. A day later, because that was either a Friday or Thursday, so it was a day or two later. That Saturday morning, I walk out the house with Sprout. I'm like, excuse me, I'm gonna go get. I ain't got Jordan. I ain't got my little generic.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Got my little generic zip up to go for a walk. But yeah, I I had same thing this morning when we were out walking. It was nice to step. I stepped outside. I had to grab a package at the door, and
what else is new?
Okay, it was very pleasant outside. My food gets. I do a food service, so my food gets delivered every Tuesday.
Oh.
And so I stepped out, and I don't like it sitting out there. And I was like, it's the nicest 2 o'clock step out in like 3 months.
It's great out there. It is great out there. So I'm happy to see that. And a little briskness. I'm okay. But see, we do live in 2 completely different worlds. You know, actually we don't. Over here on the 5 side. On the 5 side, it's usually about 5 to 7 degrees cooler than the rest of the area. I shouldn't say all the time, but in certain, like when the sun isn't fully up or it's gone down, the 5 side is like, I'd say 5, maybe 5 to 7 is a lot. I'd say 3 to 5 degrees cooler on the 5 side.
The 5 side.
Yeah.
Okay.
The real ones know what that is.
I just hope all of that obnoxious weather is behind us. This weekend wasn't too bad. I used the grill again this weekend. I made a pizza on the grill.
Oh,
it was
fancy.
It was kind of dope. I probably could have left it in a smidge bit longer, but it was kind of dope. I was happy with how it turned out. I believe I am now a grill master.
The grill master.
Grill Master Flash is the name I will go by.
Putting a crown on the grill anywhere to market
the whole thing. By the way, check out Corners of the Culture, available wherever you get this podcast. On this day, by the way, in 1994, Ready to Die dropped. Not so coincidentally, Ready to Die is the subject of a lengthy discussion between Kenny and I on the episode of Corners of the Culture that's going to drop on Thursday. So we're going to go from talking about Jay-Z and the Blueprint to talking about the Notorious B.I.G. and Ready to Die. So we will hope. I think you
guys are gonna like this one. This is gonna be some good stuff, man. It's gonna be some good stuff, and opinions may have changed just out of nowhere. They have changed. Is Jesse you there? Can you hear? Did you notice what he didn't talk about on I guess anniversary or whatever? Did you notice this as well?
Yeah, he didn't talk about Tupac.
Wow.
Oh, damn. Wow. Oh, that's my bad. That's my bad. That's my bad.
Are you really sad about that?
That's my bad. So on September 13th, 1994, Ready to Die came out. On September 13th, 1996, Tupac indeed passed away.
What a coincidence that is. That's crazy. I never knew that until weird. Like today. Like that's nuts, man. Yeah. Flamingo and Koval.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I'm in Vegas, I end up finding myself over there. There's really nothing over there right now, but yeah.
Yeah, we've got another 10 years of Who Shot Tupac documentaries to come out, even though
I low-key be watching them all too.
It's like one of 4 people, and I'm pretty sure it's the person everybody thinks that it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's like one of 4. Like we've all identified who was in the car. We've all identified there was a gun in the car. It's just I think there's only one out of the 4 that's still alive. I think.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the one telling all of the stories, and he won't say who did it, but I think we all assume it was Orlando Anderson.
And the crazy thing about it with all this too, and it's the sad thing, the super sad thing about it, like it had nothing to do with rap East Coast, West Coast. Like this was some LA gang stuff that Pocket kind of stepped into.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like it had nothing to do with none of that.
Yeah. I learned something actually recently that I didn't know. Like I think and this was just a different time, 1996. It's a different world.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that this would happen today, but I remember Pac gets shot, on the 7th, 8th, whatever it was, 7th, and he's 8th, 9th, 10th. He's alive. He's alive. He's alive. And I think everybody's just of the assumption, he's going to be fine. Like that's what Pac does. I mean, Big said it once. Like, Pac, again, he gets shot. He's going to make a couple records about it, and we'll keep it moving.
Mm-hmm.
He was never close to coming back. Like he was when that 7 days. Yeah, he was done. They were trying, like he was never close to, like these stories like Suge tells, that's no, he wasn't close to coming back. Like he was, they had to resuscitate him a couple of times before Afeni was like, just stop.
That's just,
it's like his body had gone cold, his lungs were gone, like he had gotten a finger shot off. Like there was so much that you'd probably know if it happened today, but in 1996, he gets shot. He's not dead. Oh, he's gonna live.
Right.
And I learned like, he wasn't close to kicking out of this one. Like he was done.
That's just sick. And then unfortunately, still got crazy things going on. Rest in peace, the PNB Rock. I know of him. I'm not super familiar, but man, I'm at that Roscoe's all the time too, man. That's just senseless, man. Really just senseless. And it's heartbreaking to see these things continuing to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when Nipsey got shot outside his store. I was like, we're still doing this? We're still doing this, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so on this day, damn, way to bring the show. I missed this. I was so focused on Ready to Die because of Corners of the Culture.
Yeah.
That I didn't make the connection that today was the day Pac passed away in 96.
Do you remember the fight? Tyson versus
Sheldon?
That's phenomenal knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't remember that fight.
I remember the song too. Pac did the song. Pac did the walkout song for Tyson that day. I also know Pac didn't want to go. He had been in, and you could see it on YouTube, the famous video of him and Snoop sitting next to each other with all the gold chains on and MTV Awards. That was in New York. It was like a day or two before.
Yeah.
He didn't want to go he just wanted to go home. But Mike wanted him there. Tyson wanted him there. He had done the intro for Mike. So he was like, all right, I'm gonna go. We'll go. We'll hang out. And then Kadada, his girl, Jones, she was like, we'll just go spend some time there and then we'll just get right back and we'll crash.
Yeah.
Obviously that didn't happen. The cold piece with Pac is he knew, like when he got back to the hotel after what happened in the lobby after the fight,
right?
He told Kadada, don't go out tonight. Don't come with us. Like it's a little hot out here. Just stay here. She told him, put your vest on. He's like, it's too hot.
Damn. That's terrible, man. Terrible. Did you, I know you did. You watched the USA show? What, Big?
I did. Yeah. I watched all that stuff.
That was actually solid.
But I watched all of that stuff.
And if I'll tell you right now, if they put something else out, I'll probably watch. Like I watch all that stuff.
I don't know why.
It's the same story every time.
Every time.
Conclusion. Like, yeah, I end up watching.
It was just
interesting though.
It was like 2 months ago, maybe a little bit longer, that I watched the Johnny Depp movie that he's playing Russell Poole, the detective.
What?
I watched that. I don't know if it was on net. It was on one of the streaming services. I've been hearing about that movie for a while. Yeah, I'll watch this. Got a feeling I know what happens, but I'll watch it.
What? I'm not familiar. What is it? The story is on the detective?
The story, the movie is about, it's about the detective and how he uncovers the Rampart scandal and the scandal in the Los Angeles Police Department. And of course, Big is a huge part of that. Pac is a huge part of that. And he's trying to make the connections between these murders and how they got done. The connection to the Big murder is all of the off-duty LAPD that worked for Death Row Records that were around the Peterson Automotive Museum when Biggie was killed.
Yeah.
Did you know there's a video of when Biggie gets shot?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that like a year ago.
Yeah, I discovered that like 2 or 3 years ago. Now it's not a video of the shooting. It's a video that's been, and I don't know with what. I don't know if this group has like a camcorder in their car, but they're filming leaving the museum, and you hear them say, "Oh, that's big, that's big," and then a couple of seconds later, you hear pop, 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 and they're shooting, and the camera's not focused on it,
right?
But it eventually the camera lifts up and goes out to the car, and you see I don't remember if it was an Explorer or what it was, but you see the truck that Big was in, and it was like, oh, I didn't know that existed.
Yeah, like I said, I just saw that for the first time like a year ago too. So crazy, man, crazy.
Rolling Stone said Steph Curry is closing in on a lifetime deal with Under Armour. That's going to nab him in the vicinity of $1 billion.
Wow. Great.
I always thought Steph reluctantly went to Under Armour. Like, because what did Nike call? Did Nike call him Steve, or they called him something like his name was wrong when they presented it? And that's the big like Nike Steph Curry story, is that they got his name wrong. And I always thought he was like, yeah, dude, whatever. I'll go to Under Armour. They're going to pay me for it. Shoot, why not?
That was a hell of a decision. It worked out.
Hey, Steph, you won again, my guy. You have won again.
I thought I heard though that it was, and that could have absolutely been true as well. But I heard the other thing was didn't Nike not want him to put the Bible verse on the shoe? Like he wanted to put the Bible verse on there, and Nike was like opposed to it. So he was like,
"Oh, I don't think I knew about that. Is there a Bible verse on Steph's shoes?
I don't know if it's on all of them, but it was for a couple of years. And I mean, the deal was up anyway, so it wasn't like he broke the deal with Nike to go to Under Armour, but he was a free agent. Then I think it could have been a situation where Nike was just kind of blowing him off. Like you said, maybe said the wrong name at a meeting, but he also wanted the Bible verse, the scripture on like the back of the shoe. And Nike's like, yeah, we don't think that's a good idea. And Under Armour was like, you can do whatever you want over here, Steph. And then he did.
Yeah, I mean, Steph. It's funny that athletes are sort of secondary over there, because it's like Steph, Brady, Dustin Johnson, maybe one of the big time golfers.
Mm-hmm.
But really, it's The Rock.
Yeah,
it's the Rock is the top guy at Under Armour, and then but that's not a bad collection of athletes to have if your roster is going to be small. You have the biggest entertainer on the planet. You've got Tom Brady, you've got Steph Curry, and I think it's Dustin Johnson, but you had a guy who was at least at one point one of the top golfers in the world. Like that, they've carved out a good little space in that market. I don't have any of the shoes, but the gear has always been. The gear has always been top.
He was hot. They had Cam when he was hot. And Cam, he had some like off the field, like some trainers that I actually really liked. I never got them, but I was like, I kind of like these. Like, I'll fool with them. But Under Armour is like the Steph shoes. They don't really move the needle though, so they can't get into the upper levels. Right now, it's Nike and Adidas basketball shoe wise. In Under Armour, Steph doesn't really get in there. I know in the Bay
Adidas in there?
Yeah, Adidas got James. Dame still
Did Puma make any headway?
Puma got a little Puma.
Oh, never mind.
They might have shot the second hitting striking goal with LaMelo. The MB1s was big out there this year. They were big out there this year. I see the kids all the time in the MB1s.
It just dawned on me we didn't talk about Anthony Edwards.
I didn't see it yet. I know it's not good, but I didn't see it. I saw his apology too, but I didn't.
It's just played that we're still doing stuff like that. Like,
That's
Come
not.
on, man. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento. 98.5 FM, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. We are having some difficulties over on our HD2 signal. So if you're getting in the car, if you've got one of those plug-in vehicles, use the Odyssey app. It's the best way to listen to us. You never miss a thing there.
They need to do a collab, man. I'm not going to get too into details, but some of the people that do the electric vehicles in Odyssey.
Oh,
they need to do a collab. Like I need an app. I need an app in the car.
Oh yeah, we need yeah.
That would set off.
Yeah,
it would set it off if we can make that happen.
It's funny, like when you start using something that you don't need, like certain apps, like there's a tune-in app, and for no reason I opened it. I was like, yeah, it's Saturday driving around. I'm gonna listen to Hot 97 in New York.
Oh, Funk Flex is hilarious.
Yeah, and
he is hilarious. I can understand why he's one of the GOATs, man. That dude is. I love listening to Funk Flex. He's hilarious.
Imagine a world where you're just like, this is when Kenny says he's checking into the streets. That's what he means. He's pulling up the Odyssey app and like, what station am I going to listen to today? I wound up on Hot 97 for reasons known to no one. It was like, yeah, I'll rock with it. I'll rock with it.
One of the things that Reese likes to do when we're in the car and if we're listening to Funk Flex, when he gets on his rants, like when he stops and he starts talking, Reese likes to count his bombs dropped. He said he always gets to 10 no matter what. No matter what, he drops 10 of them.
It's like punches in the corner where the crowd's counting along. You're always going to get to 10 no matter what. No wrestler has ever stopped at punch number 7. Always managed to get to 10.
They're like, I see you. I'm talking to you, Fabulous. I challenge you to give me a new record. That goes for you too, Jim Jones. I challenge you to give me a record. The Knicks are next. Yankees to work.
Thank God you're losing your soundboard because at some point there'd probably be bombs put on there. Speaking of Steph Curry, before I don't know if you got a chance to read the GQ article. One, really good piece on Steph Curry. 2, a lot of discussion about Kevin Durant. It seemed that the KD Golden State Warrior thing might have been a little bit closer than some people wanted to admit to happening. It was a little bit closer to happening than some people wanted to admit.
Yeah, and see, like, I think that's ridiculous. Not necessarily on the Warriors' part because you got an opportunity to get Kevin Durant and get better. You do that. I would have been highly disappointed if KD and we don't know how far along it got, who initiated trade discussions or what, or if there were trade discussions. So I don't want to put that on KD, like he was asking to go there or he was okay with it, because we don't even know if it got back to him at that point. Mm-hmm. But I'd be disappointed if he went back to Golden State.
Well, obviously he's not, but why?
Because, man, like, don't go back to Golden State. We talked about before the week 1 game, Trey Lance being in a no-win situation, KD being a no-win situation in Golden State, especially since they just won again too.
That's true. Mm-hmm.
Like he barely gets any of the respect for the 2 championships he got.
He gets none of it. The title that the Warriors won a couple of months ago eliminated any respect or credit that Kevin Durant got for his contributions to those Golden State Warriors teams.
Yeah, I'd much rather him either stay where he's at or go somewhere else outside of Golden State. So, like I said, the article, maybe you caught something that I didn't, but it didn't really like talk about how close they were or who initiated this or that. It was just really the Warriors talked to him about it.
It was more of there was clearly discussion about Kevin Durant coming back, and there was a lot of external discussion about would the Warriors want Kevin Durant back. And I think that's more than anything else what Steph Curry was addressing. And it was, hell yeah, of course we want Steph Curry. Of course we want Kevin Durant back here. He's one of the best players ever. Like, of course we do. and the discussion kind of grew from there. It makes sense. It would change the. It was the one team where I feel like if they had made a deal, again, this doesn't even remotely, this is not something that's on the table, but if Brooklyn had made a deal with Golden State, it's a situation where Brooklyn would feel really good about where they're at, and the Warriors would obviously feel great about what they're at. It would certainly change the trajectory of the Warriors moving forward, but it obviously opens another window for them to win championships.
Yeah.
More championships.
I wouldn't want to see that for KD. Like, it's a no-win situation. This probably sounds crazy. I'd rather him like try elsewhere and lose than to go back there and win, because it's just, I mean, it's just no win.
He's not going to get credit for it. Yeah, I got you.
I think this also reminds everybody, it's like the daily or monthly reminder that Steph Curry is maybe the best leader, best player in all the sports. Like, the way he goes about things, it's flawless.
He is at least outwardly. I don't know the man, but I've never heard anything to the contrary. For a star, for a player and a star of his magnitude, and he's in rarefied air in the NBA, and he's in rarefied air in professional sports. He seems to have absolutely no ego.
Yep.
I don't know this for sure, but that sure as hell feels like he is one of one. I think Brady has an ego. We know Brady has an ego. You can watch The Shop. There's nothing wrong with it, by the way. I have an ego. You have an ego. Everybody listening to this has an ego of some sort. I'm sure Steph has one, but Steph has never let his ego get in the way of winning. He's never let his ego get in the way of business, and that is so rare in professional sports.
Yeah. The only thing,
especially with players like Steph.
The only thing I could think of that's close to it is Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan was that way.
Sure.
Tim Duncan was ego-less. And also style-less.
Oh no, man. Them baggy jean shorts and flip-flops with the MVP trophy is pretty iconic.
I don't think you're gonna have Steph or Tim Duncan with a picture with the hashtag 003.
I didn't even like the suit that he had on, to be honest with you.
The suit was cool. I thought the tux was
I didn't
cool.
like the suit.
He should. I mean, if he was going to do that, he should have went with the black suit. Like, just go with the black tux.
Well, I think what I think the color of the suit and then the bow tie bothered me. It was like, I don't mind the color of the suit if you rid yourself of the tie, but now it got formaled up with like a casual color. 003 Danger Russ. It missed for me.
It's clear as day. Them boys didn't like Russ out there.
That was
fans
weird.
or the players. They
so weird.
The players were like,
"Oh, they're clowning,
man.
Yeah, they're on his neck."
That's crazy.
We'll come back, man. There's more I want to talk about. We got power rankings to do.
Yeah, man.
Week 1 power rankings. We'll do that. And which one of these week 1 winners has the most legit chance to make some noise this season? We'll touch on all that. Plus, the phone lines are open for you. 916-909-1320. It's T-Lone with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
For sure.
Oh, man. Have you ever used a Normatec?
What's a Normatec?
It's like compression therapy. If you put like sleeves, like you see most people use them on their legs, but they have them like on their shoulders and stuff, and they fill with air.
Yeah. That's actually kind of like I would want to use one. My mom has one of those things for a foot massager, and Man, sometimes I be getting a little worried. They be squeezing a little too tight. I'm like, bro, like stop. I can only imagine that on my legs, but I heard they're great. My homeboy Alan, he's got one, and he's got the one for the legs, and he's like, man, it's a godsend. So
yeah.
You got one?
I do. I just ordered it. Like I used to have one, and I've just been trying to find ways to get my legs back. You know what I mean? Like I can play through stuff, you know what I mean? But I've tried to be active with that, you know, the massage gun every day and kind of follow my routine there, and back to doing cryotherapy. Like I think the tough part, man, when I was not, you know, doing any radio or anything in Connecticut, like so much of my life, it was like training and preparing meals. And then it was like recovering, and I had, you know, compression tape. I had all these different things at my disposal, and they all kind of ended at the same time. And I think I'm at the point now, 6 years later, trying to figure out, you know, what was the most influential. Like I need to get back to that. I feel like the thing that was the most influential was my diet. Like my diet was like, our diet was flawless. Like it was flawless. Like it couldn't have been any better.
That's you.
But now, yeah, that's usually that's the number one thing. Now my diet now isn't bad, but it's definitely not the same. It's definitely not the same. But now I'm just kind of experimenting with like what's the and that's the other thing. 6 years ago, that was 36 years old. Like it's a different world then. So yeah, I've just been trying to kind of figure some things out.
I've been on the same journey because I even talked about like I think I'm about done playing basketball as far as like up and down. Like my legs, they just can't hold up. But one of the things, I don't know if this helps or not. I'm not sure. But I've been a little more consistent on the Peloton lately.
Yeah.
And my legs feel a little different. They feel like a little stronger, a little more. I don't have as many aches in them. When I get on there, I'm not like riding up Mount Everest. I just go on there, a low impact ride, just to go in. And one of the things I saw on there is they show the impact areas, like when you're doing this ride, like what it's strengthening, and it's all obviously leg stuff. And about 3 weeks, I've been doing it a little more than I have, and I feel better with my legs since then. So,
you know what I think is really going to help us is, if it ever happens, when we're in the studio, we'll be able to stand up and be on camera. Like we'll be able to, like, because of the way the chairs are and the desk is, we'll be able to like stand up and kind of move around a little bit.
Yeah.
While still being on camera and being able to interact and do all of the stuff we do. So whereas now we're just sitting in regular chairs at regular desk height stuff. You know, the stuff in the studio is different. Yeah, research, man. Read. That's the number one thing. Like find out, you know, what your body needs. Don't rely, like people rely on things like peanut butter and like don't do that. Like the biggest thing with plant-based is you got to be willing to cook. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube. It is the health hour over there on the live stream.
Health hour.
Kenny's eating Doritos. Good God, man. We're sitting here talking about aches and pains and how to alleviate them and be more active. And Kenny's snacking on Doritos.
I didn't get a chance to do what I needed to do this morning for a nice little breakfast. So I'm
and you ain't gonna get a chance to do it either when the show ends. So it's
starving.
I got you. We appreciate you being with us. If you want to get in the last four, we're commercial free to the top of the 4 o'clock hour. If you want to get in with us, you can. 916-909-1320. Got some power rankings. I don't think I have the music anymore. Oh, I do. Hey, let's go. It's been a while. Yeah, power rankings after 1 week. Yo, why not? We had power rankings without a game being played. Let's just ride this bit out. You want to go first? Or you want me to go first?
Go ahead. You got it first this time, player.
I got the Bills at number 1. Last week, it was Rams, Bills, Chiefs, 49ers, Bucks. That was 1 through 5. The Bills weren't far off. They knocked off the Rams. They get to be number 1. Chiefs move up. This was easy work. We moved those guys up right there. I wasn't particularly impressed by what the Bucks did, so I catapulted the Ravens up, who were in the 9th spot last week. Then I went with the Bucks. I didn't have them in my power rankings last week. I've acknowledged my error and said that I might have been wrong in my assessment of the Los Angeles Chargers. So I've got the Bills at 1, the Chiefs at 2, the Ravens at 3, the Bucks at 4, the Chargers at 5. Another team that was not in my power rankings last week, I got the Eagles at 6. I thought they were impressive, particularly offensively in their opening matchup. The Miami Dolphins, not in my top 10 to start the season. And yes, every team on this did win. You can't lose and be in the power rankings.
Fair enough.
With one exception, and I'll get to that exception in just a second. Dolphins, Vikings at number 8. I want to talk more about the Vikings in a second. Jury's still out a little bit, but I'm not going to knock that performance they had. I'm going to put the Seahawks at 9. Let them enjoy this moment.
Hell?
Yeah. Let them enjoy this moment. Gino got his Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing, and the Seahawks get to be in the power rankings. Number 10, and I scoured the scoreboard to change my mind. I'll be damned if a team called the Commanders is going into my top 10.
Oh, boy. Wow.
I'm not willing to put the Pittsburgh Steelers here yet either. I already gave my sympathy vote to the Seahawks. So I put the Rams in here. They've got a chance to earn their way, which is dumb, and that's fine. You can climb. They don't have no business being in here, but neither does a team called the Commanders. Colts and Texans certainly don't. I'm not gonna. No, Rams, you're out. No, I'm taking the Rams out. The number 10 team on my power rankings is not the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's Mike Tomlin.
See, wait a minute.
Mike Tomlin.
Respect.
I did. For Mike Tomlin.
Najee Harris.
Mike Tomlin.
Money making Mitch.
No, Mike Tomlin gave the whole crew black Air Force One. So you know what that means.
The hell of a call.
Ass whooping is coming. So Mike Tomlin, he gets the 10th spot.
That was a hell of a call. Now
we could do like Diana Ross and the Supremes, and it can be Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
The disrespectful.
I don't think it's not disrespectful. It is putting Mike Tomlin on a podium. So I think that's what we'll do.
I try to tell y'all I'm not taking the Steelers out of the playoffs until I see them out. I gave you that. I was lambasted by the Chatty House and my co-workers for having that.
This is a week 1 power rankings, and I'm going Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers at 10.
So here's the interesting thing about all of this. Last week when we did power rankings and we did 1 through 10, I said, hey, maybe this is a one-off because we're starting the season. We've never done 10 teams before.
We have not. We usually start in like week 6. Oh, wait, what did we used to do? 5? Did we really? I
said maybe we'll get back to normal this week.
As I was 5. As I was writing this out, as we wrote this out last week, I was like, God, this is obnoxiously long. Like, why are we doing 10? I thought that's what we always do. Like, why are we doing 10 teams? And I thought the same thing. How the hell am I going to get 10 winners? This is dumb. Okay, I feel way better about that.
Total, because we have power and powerless.
We did. Yes. Yeah. That makes so much more. I was so confused last week.
He got to 6 and 7. I said, oh.
Like, why? Like, this is the boringest radio junk ever. Who freaking rings 10 teams? Oh, I feel so much better about that.
So
Bills, Chiefs, Ravens, Bucks, Chargers. Bills at number 1, Chiefs, Ravens, Bucks, Chargers.
Well, it looks like we have the same 5. Not in the same order, though, however, because I'll go 5-1. I have the Ravens at 5, my Super Bowl pick, the Ravens. At 5, I got the Bucks at 4. Who last week the Bucks were at 6. The Ravens and the Bucks moved up this week, so I got the Ravens at 5, Bucks at 4. The Chargers also moved up from 5 to 3, and falling out of the top 10 or out of the top 5 were the 49ers and Rams. So at 2, I got the Chiefs. At 1, I have the Bills. So Bills, Chiefs, Chargers, Bucks, Ravens.
Ranking 10 damn teams.
Do you have a bottom 5?
No. I thought about we also normally don't start power rankings till like week 4, 5, 6, something like that.
I thought we did it from the start before. We
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Well, I got a power list.
Okay, let's hear it.
We'll go from worst to 5th worst.
Okay.
Number 1 is the Jets. They're terrible. Sorry, Bob Salah. You may be back on the Niners staff.
Guess who just made the list, pal? Bob Salah is keeping receipts. You ain't heard? Bob Salah said he's keeping receipts. He's keeping receipts on everybody disrespecting the Jets. And I saw a quote tweet that said, "Fam, that's going to be a CVS receipt." He got enough paper in that roll to keep lists of everybody clowning this sorry ass team. Team is horrible.
Oh, look, put me on the list. They are the worst team in football. Number 2 is the Jags. Did you see the video of Trevor Lawrence hyping everybody up that I retweeted?
Oh, I don't think so.
I think you should look at it. And I think you can play it. And if I think
no, Jesse's here if you can't.
Play it because you need to hear this. Trevor Lawrence hyping up the Jags before their week 1 game against the Commanders.
Well, I got to find it. I got to scroll past the Giants. There's the kid and play messages back. That's good.
No.
Oh, look, there's Idris Alba. Got Idris here.
No, it's after that, and I talked about how. I don't want to say because then that'll ruin the whole bit here. But how do I say? Just look. I talked about a wall. All right, it's a don't read it, but I talked about a wall. Matter of fact, it was the last tweet I had. I haven't made a tweet since then. And then you just gotta click on that and then click.
Oh, I got you. Yep. Okay, here we go. Here is Trevor Lawrence
hyping the guys up.
Hey, first chance to show them what we're all about. Let's go. Play with some swag. Let's have some fun.
Oh. Okay. Can I? All right.
I get you hyped up.
Can I tell you the funniest part about that? Is that Jacksonville tweeted that with the caption that says, "Talk that talk, Trevor Lawrence." So in Jacksonville, talking that talk sounds like this.
Hey, first chance to show them what we're all about. Let's go. Play with some swag. Let's have some fun.
Oh, man. Wow.
Yo,
wow.
Maybe he's not that dude. Maybe he's not that dude, man. Man said, play with some swag. Come on, man. I saw that.
No, how about don't suck, Trevor? How about that? Give me the guy who was about to cry, who's looking at his record, who's talking about every time I look at that record, I get upset.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
Give me that guy instead of Trevor Lawrence. Give me that. What is that?
Did you see he scored the first touchdown of the season?
My man?
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
Yeah.
Did he cry?
Maybe. He was hyped. I was happy to see that for him. He scored that touchdown. But anyway,
I hope he scores all the touchdowns and gives none of the speeches.
But bottom five are the Jags, and 5B is Trevor Lawrence's pregame speeches.
Yeah, I'm with that.
That's not going to get the job done. After that, at number 3, sorry, Dan Campbell. And
don't do that. No, don't do that.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
Leave that man. Don't put them in there.
Get the Kleenex out because you guys are 3. All right, Lions are 3 in the list, and then in 4. Usually I go from 5 to 1, but I wanted to go the different way this time because I want to hear what you and everybody else has to say about this.
Mm-hmm.
At number 4, I got the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, perfectly fine. I would have put them at number 1. Yeah, I mean, I'll have the bedroom ready for you so you can sleep over here tonight. You probably
was going to be thrown out.
You ain't gonna be let back in when you get back from your appointment tonight. But yeah, no, I got you. Pull out the couch for you. Sleep a sprout. You'll be fine. Yeah,
they were horrendous.
They're awful. Like they're not only are they awful, I don't know how they're getting better. You could have made the case Dallas is number 1 in powerless rankings. Like they suck.
You're right. I think the Jets got 9 points.
But good news. Hey, good news for Cowboy fans. 5 more of these. Mike McCarthy's gone.
I mean, is that like the worst kept secret in all of football that Sean Payton will be there next year?
Yeah.
Sean Payton he's going to be the Cowboys' next head coach. So I got them at 4, and at number 5. I got the Arizona Cardinals. What a pathetic performance. They got destroyed by the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And Kyler Murray looked atrocious.
Fair. Yeah. Jets belong on this list. Dallas belongs on this list. The NFL for failing to figure out the tie situation belongs on this list. Trevor Lawrence in his pregame speech belongs on this list.
We have that one more time.
I believe I closed it out. But it won't take long to go to @IamKDiddy and to go over here to our man Jay. Shout out Jay and see what's going on here.
Bro, like I said in the tweet, I'm not running through any walls for him.
Let's go, Trev.
First chance to show them what we're all about. Let's go. Play with some swag. Let's have some fun.
I can't believe the social media people at Jacksonville said, yes, put this on Instagram. Put this on Twitter.
Talk that talk.
Let's see what the quote tweets say. Terrible quarterback, terrible leader. Boring pep talk. This stuff motivated me to lose.
Is that worse than Jameis eating a W?
Nothing is worse than Jameis eating a W. Nothing will ever be worse than Jameis Winston eating a W. Quote tweet, now I see why they lost. This actually made me less motivated. Trevor Lawrence has felt like a robot since he was at Clemson, and he about to put me to sleep before this video even finished.
People are mean, bro.
Someone quote tweeted with the dog in him. It says the dog in him, and it shows two cute little 10-pound dogs. Oh, these quote tweets. Trevor Lawrence can really get you pumped up, huh? Oh, Jonathan Coachman weighs in. Haven't heard from Jonathan Coachman in a while.
Coach? What is he doing these days?
Far from Tim Tebow. Good Lord. I don't know what. He's with CBS Sports.
The coach, man. No, man, that was terrible. But even worse, what's worse, the speech or the Jags?
The speech tells you how. I mean,
we didn't have to know about this. The Jags are like all caps. Talk that talk.
Yeah, there's Jameis eating a W. Quote tweet, bro, LOL. Twitter's really funny when you read it out loud. I'm ready to walk through an open door for this man.
Open door.
Oh, man. Breathtaking.
Yeah, they're terrible. They're terrible.
What was Jacksonville thinking? Like, see, appreciate who we got in Sacramento. Our crew would have filmed that and been like, nope, just ain't gonna be no video today. Ain't gonna be no video today. We ain't gonna put De'Aaron Fox out there talking about let's go play with some swag. Hey, just not only delete it, go to the deleted folders and delete it again so it never leaks. I couldn't even rip a piece of paper after a motivational speech like this. Dude sounds like a high school athlete giving an interview to the high school paper. Oh man.
You know what? The Jags social media, I'm sure that they would have tweeted good luck to whatever Jacksonville soccer team.
I'm sure they would have. Yeah, I'm sure they would have. Yeah. This is the last one. Bro only talks in lowercase letters. It's cold world. That's Jacksonville's fault. They brought that on themselves. What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing?
They gotta protect the young fella.
Seahawks get the win last night. Obviously, it's the 49ers and the Seahawks coming up this Sunday. There's enough from the Seahawks that I think that could create some issues for the San Francisco 49ers that they're going to have to look out for. We'll look more into that game in the upcoming weeks. I assume, based on some things you said earlier, you don't think the Seahawks can build off this too much. This isn't a week one win that's going to result in something.
I don't think so. I mean,
fair.
Anything could happen, like as far as maybe they're better than I'm giving them credit for. But what I saw from I haven't really changed my opinion about any team after 1 week. Like it's going to take more than 1 week for me to change my opinion about them.
Sure. Okay. Well, that's going to make my next couple of questions weird, but I'm just going to ask them anyways. Any chance, and I know, and this isn't like who thought higher of who, like Minnesota, can they sustain can they build something out of this season based on what you saw this week?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think they've got the playmakers to do it.
Well, the
defense hold up, we'll see. But they played great in week one, and they got the playmakers on the offensive end.
That's a big difference between a team like Minnesota and Seattle. They've got playmakers. Like they've got guys where it doesn't feel like it's a far-fetched thought. 916-909-1320. I think we got our man Mike here. Mike, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I just had a quick question because I know earlier you guys were talking about the broadcast crew now for Monday Night Football, and I just never understood the hate that Joe Buck gets. It's like it seems like everybody I talk to, they all hate Joe Buck, and it can't be any worse than the crew they had last year or the year before with Brian Greasy and all of them. So I didn't know, explanation of why he gets so much hate.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm with you. I think it stems, and you might be able to speak to this better than I. I think it comes from a baseball crowd that really doesn't seem to like him. And
a little bit.
I like Joe. Like Joe and Troy, that feels big time to me. Like that's and I like Troy Aikman. Again, I know some people don't like Troy Aikman. Broadcasting is it's completely subjective. You don't care who it is. I like a good broadcast team, and there's broadcast teams that enhance the feel of the game for me. Monday Night Football is enhanced 1,000 times over for me because Joe and Troy are calling it. And I'm Mike, I can't answer the question. I don't know why Joe gets the reception that he gets from a lot of people. I'm a fan.
I also say I think a lot of that has settled down in the last 10 years or so. I think when he first came out, like people were really anti Joe Buck. I think that people have accepted him. in the last 10 years or so. And I remember he did an interview on, because he is a bit of a different broadcaster now than when he started out. And he was like kind of deadpan, and some people thought he was a little snarky or whatever. And he talked about how like it was in his head that he was the son of Jack Buck, and he was trying to broadcast a certain way that wasn't him. Like he was conscious of everything. Like, I don't want to be too excited now, and I want to have this deadpan and let the crowd. He was aware of all that, and he said it probably led to people not really liking him or feeling like he was authentic or whatever. Then he said when he got past that, and in an exciting moment, let me get excited. People want to hear that, or let me let the crowd do their work. He got away from all that, and it became more natural. And I think that's when people started to embrace him a little bit. I think Joe Buck he's accepted nowadays. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm talking to the wrong people or seeing the wrong things, but I think people are all in on Joe Buck at this point in his career. The one thing that in the old Joe Buck era, though, that I can't remember, it was a bit of a deal. But remember when Randy Moss mooned the crowd?
I remember his response to that.
Yeah. And
an absolutely disgusting act.
Yeah. A lot of people didn't like that and like the way he did that, especially when, the backstory of it all came out. And he didn't literally moon them. He like acted as if he was.
It was a really over-the-top response.
Yeah, he
Joe
got some flack for that.
But
I feel like that might have been when everything changed, though. Because I think in that,
I don't think things changed that long ago.
That long ago? That was a long time.
Yeah, I don't think things changed that long. Like, that's a long time.
I feel like that's when I could be wrong, but I feel like that in the interview, when he was under the gun with all that, that's where he took a step back.
Oh, you talk about him changing. Oh, I got you. That's okay.
He took a step back and was like, all right, let me evaluate what's going on here.
Yeah.
And he kind of switched up a little bit.
I get that. Like I mean, his reaction was over the top, but it's tough when you're in a live setting and you have to react.
What did he say?
What you do? I think he said, that's an absolutely disgusting act from Randy Moss, or despicable. It was something really like Joe. Like,
you're going to do it in the Buck voice. That's what
I don't have a Joe Buck voice. Oh.
An absolutely disgusting display.
I can't even remember how I said it. I only know my Vince McMahon voice. Like, come on, bro.
What's the Vince?
Damn it, pal. That is a disgusting act from Randy Moss. It's not even a good Vince McMahon voice. It's like a character of Vince McMahon, which now I have substituted for like every boss ever. They all just have the same voice. Let's get Kiki in here. Kiki, what's good?
You love me.
What's up, brother? Hey, man. I just wanted to get your
This is Eric Crocker. Stop lying. This is absolutely Eric Crocker. Knock it off. No, I'm just kidding, Kiki. What's happening? Go ahead.
Hey, I just want to clarify. I want you to clarify, man. You say Minnesota has playmakers that can sustain that level of play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Comparatively to Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, where is the playmakers that Minnesota has aside from Jefferson and Dalvin Cook?
Yeah, and
the quarterback's better.
But I also trust Kirk Cousins, to find those guys a little bit more than I trust Geno on a consistent basis to find DK. And DK is absolutely a playmaker. Mm-hmm. Lockett is too. Mm-hmm. I think DK is a little bit more dynamic. I mean, I love DK Metcalf. I'm not going to say a bad word about him. I just don't trust Geno as much. God, this is a horrible sentence to utter.
If you look at Rashad Penny, right? Rashad Penny is also a guy that doesn't really get much love around the league, but he led the league in rushing the last 6 games of the season last year. Last night, there was some penalties that got some big runs called back, but he played a great game. Seattle's defense, man, a lot of people, they want to talk about how Denver is, obviously Nathaniel Hackett is new, and he put on a SHIT show at the end of the game. But
yeah, I don't even think you can spell it. Like I don't think you can do that. Like I'm not. I'm just for future reference. I think we'll just go ahead and leave the spelling bee out. but I got you. I got you, Kiki. I feel you. I like Dalvin a little bit more than Penny.
A lot more. And Penny's a good ball player. I like the way he ran the ball early in the game yesterday. But yes, we like Dalvin a lot more than Rashad Penny.
And I think, Kiki, obviously a Seahawks fan, boy, that defense going to look different.
Yeah.
It's going to look different with Adams gone.
Hey, last night was a movie in Seattle. And Seattle was hyped up. They were charged up. Pete Carroll had those guys ready to go. Hey, man, they performed. I don't think that's indicative of who they are, just and who they're going to be for the rest of the season. I think the defense is going to struggle. I think that team is going to struggle. There's a reason why a lot of people saw them as being not very good. There's a couple of people who looked at them like, hey, they might be better than people realize. I think that's the case for sure. But I don't look at Seattle and see a team that's a playoff team by any means.
If Geno is something along the lines of what we saw last night, I think they'll hover around 500. But the problem is, I think you're at some point Sunday comes to mind. You're going to have to beat a team, right? Like, and I'm not at all taking away from what the Seahawks did. If the Broncos had fumbled twice on the 40, that's one thing. Hell, if they had fumbled twice on the 20, that's another. Talking about the 1 yard line, like you're inches away from the end zone. Yeah. Like that's a that's a different assessment in the Seahawks and how this game played out. It's the Doc Rivers. You got to tell the whole story. Like that's
really
a big
story.
Thank you. That's a big part of the story right here.
Yeah, like I said, I don't want to take anything away from the way they played yesterday, but I didn't watch that and feel any different about what I think the Seahawks are going to be this year. It could prove me wrong. I could be dead wrong, but I don't feel any different until I see otherwise consistently.
You mentioned, you think the Giants can compete for the East?
This is real quick. Brian says, going to go out on a limb and say Geno completing 80% of his passes isn't sustainable.
Well, I disagree. I disagree, but here's why. Geno completed 80% of his passes, but he threw for under 200 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Like if it's use the old derogatory term, game manager, dink and dunk. I think he can sustain that. I just don't know if Seattle can. Like at some point, DK is like, hey, I'm about 20 yards down the field. You want to look for me out there?
Right.
You've done a great job at finding me on this 3-yard slant, but I'm about to outrun my receiver, my defender by about 5 yards. Why don't you just lob the ball over the top of both of us? I'll catch up and catch it.
Right.
And maybe the game plan didn't call for that. Maybe the Broncos defense didn't allow for that. I think if Geno does that, I think that's very sustainable. Just it's not going to lead to anything. You've got to you have a big play receiver. You're going to have to launch the ball down the field at some point.
And to be able to do that and win games, you're going to have a top 5 defense in the league. And even if you think Seattle's defense is better than what people are giving it credit for right now, I don't see them being a top 5 defense in the game by any means. Like I said, we'll see what happens.
Agree.
See what happens. Maybe I got it all wrong, but I didn't see anything that made me change my outlook on the Seahawks yesterday.
Yeah. Pittsburgh. Mitchell Trubisky.
Oh, but then real quick though, because you asked me about the Giants. Do I really think the Giants can win that division?
Oh yeah.
This is the numbers don't back it up. I don't even know.
I'm just going to
backs it up.
Pull something out of thin air.
I always thought Daniel Jacobs was a little better than people give him credit for.
Daniel Jones.
I mean, I was talking about.
I got you. Yeah.
Not Daniel Jacobs. Daniel Jones. I always thought he was a little better than people give him credit for, or has a little more upside.
Yeah, you definitely. You absolutely pulled that out of thin air. He's not been good, bro.
No,
I don't think he's been good.
Potential. No, I don't think he's been good. That's what I'm saying. Like he can be better than people give him credit for. I think people look at him like he's just a straight bum. I don't know if I want to give him scrub status right now. I think there's something that might be there. If he is halfway decent and Saquon can stay healthy, and you got Sterling Shepard as well, I don't know. I don't think they can win the division. I don't think they're better than Philly. But this is the argument I was thinking of when I thought about possibly being a wild card team. I could see the Giants the way you see the Seahawks in a certain light, like the best case scenario for them. I see that for the Giants. I could see them hovering around 500.
I could see that if that 164 number is pretty normal. If we're finally getting that Saquon Barkley, yeah, that's a game changer.
We can stay
that Saquon Barkley is a game changer.
Yeah,
and that division, shoot, it's there for him. It's there for him.
Philly got him.
I think Philly's better, yes, but Carson Wentz is going to morph back into Carson Wentz at some point. The Carson Wentz of most recent years. And I don't know. I'm not ready to get on board with Philly. I'm not on board for New York either, by the way. I can't figure Philly out. And the sad thing is I like Jalen, and I think that's where my biggest concern is.
And ironically enough, I'm just talking to you right now, Damien. I'm not talking to the general public. This is a private conversation.
No doubt. Mm-hmm.
Jalen's probably my biggest question mark with that team.
Who needs the man when you got D'Lo and KC? I swear.
Not sold.
Not good, man. How did he do he did all right. Well, yeah. 18 of 32, 243. No touchdowns, no interceptions, but he did a lot on the ground. Like that was the game changer for him. And he got in the end zone too. Yeah, he did a lot on the ground like this. These are, these are Lamar Jackson numbers.
Mm-hmm.
240 and some change and 90 on the ground, end zone. Like I think Lamar's a better passer than he is, but these are Lamar Jackson numbers.
Yeah. If he can get into that bag and be that type of person, then maybe he's got something there. If he is forced or teams get him in a situation where he's got to be more of a passer, I think that's where he struggles.
They let Detroit get back in that game. I think that is weighing into my thinking too. Is they were beating the crap out of Detroit, and then all of a sudden they weren't.
I lost track of that game because Detroit had them early though too.
Detroit
and then Philly caught up, and I didn't see. I lost track. I didn't see that.
Well, it was like 7-0. Yeah, it was like 7-0, and then Philly scored a couple of times. I think it was 21-14 at one point, and then Philly at one point it was 31-14, and then I think the Lions scored. They scored twice in the fourth quarter. It's a stretch to say that they had an opportunity, but I thought they were going to put them away, and they didn't. It appears Jared Goff still might not be a good quarterback, which is.
I wonder why they would.
I guess it's unfortunate. Detroit.
Yeah.
Well, they were one of the. I feel like this is a dangerous question to ask with like a minute and a half left in the show. Isn't that a lateral move?
Nah, Jimmy's better than Jared Goff. I think.
Definite. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think twice about that. Jimmy's a better quarterback than Jared Goff.
Okay.
It's not like this. You're not going.
I don't know, man.
Up. I ain't saying that, but it's an upgrade.
All right. Way some 49er fans were talking this weekend that the Detroit be 16-0, 17-0 if Garoppolo was there.
Best quarterbacks ever. Jimmy, then God.
Yeah, God didn't have a spiral like Jimmy G had. God was a dink and dunk quarterback. God was a game manager. Let's be honest. God was a game manager. How many NFC championships has the Lord been to? Probably went a little too far with that bit. Oh man, Cincinnati. Oh, I can't wait to look ahead at the next week. We got Chargers and Chiefs coming up on Thursday. We were talking about broadcast crews. The one I don't like the most is the Thursday one.
Al Michaels and
Herbie. I don't like the dual roles. It doesn't work. I don't like it.
Yeah,
Herb Street. I think Herb Street does a great job as the lead college football guy. I don't like hearing him on the NFL because it just confuses me, or it confuses my senses.
Yeah, it's a little off. And I'll say this: I typically don't care about broadcasters, but when lines were drawn in the sand, felt like Al was on the other side, and I haven't been able to get over that every time I hear him.
That's probably why he gets along so well with Herbie, because I'm pretty sure Herbie was on that same side of the line. Y'all can go find out what line we're talking about. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Subscribe to the D-Lo and KC podcast. Check out Corners of the Culture in your free time, and make sure that you are back here with us tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's sports leader, D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Love Trey Lance.
Oh, that was marvelous, and I love that he thought that was okay.
I can hear Dave.
I'm gonna get around it. Guys, we got to go. Kenny and I have somewhere to be. So we appreciate you guys so much. Make sure you hit the thumbs up before you go. And if you're not a subscriber, I think all of you are, please become one. And we'll see you tomorrow at noon.
Holla.